4:30 this lunchtime here on BBC Radio Cumbria. Right now for you, more of the music you love. This is New Order, Blue Monday.
Inside the home of English football and the battle for promotion. It's the League Two Playoff Final, Carlisle United versus Stockport County. Full match commentary on the way from 1:30. Let's immediately get into the early team news with our commentary team, Chris Lumsden. Let's firstly James Phillips.
Yes, and one change for Carlisle United, and it's one we could have all predicted. John Mellish into the team. Unfortunate man Ben Barclay drops out of the matchday squad against his parent club Stockport this afternoon. It's the only change to the matchday 18 from when Carlisle won that second leg against Bradford, so that means no place in the squad for Morgan Feeney, who's not quite managed to pass his fitness battle this afternoon. So starting for Paul Simpson's side at Wembley, Thomas Holy in goal, Joel Senior and Jack Armour your wing-backs, Paul Huntington in the middle of a back three with Corey Whelan to his right and John Mellish on the left. Midfield three of Owen Moxon, one of our own, of course, Callum Guy and Alfie McCalmont. And up front once more, Joe Garner and J.K. Gordon. The United bench, Mick Kelly, Jordan Gibson, Ryan Edmondson, Amari Patrick, Christian Dennis, Taylor Charters and Jack Robinson. Chris Lumsden is alongside us. We've all been enjoying the build-up here. It was amazing listening to all the hope and expectation, the dreams, the delight for Carlisle to be here on Wembley Way with Mike from 10, Chris. Now, though, edging towards kickoff inside the hour. What do you make of the lineup for Paul Simpson's side?
Yeah, strong squad, strong team. We always obviously thought, unfortunately for Barkley, that he was going to be not available today. Great to see him in his Carlisle tracksuit. Great to see him still with our lads because he's a major part of it. But yeah, John Mellish comes in, be fresh. He's a fit lad anyway, so missing games wouldn't have been a problem to him. If anything, probably helped him. And on a big pitch like this, you need a John Mellish in your team as well. So I think it's worked out well.
In terms of their lineup, I'm just looking in there. Paddy Madden is in the lineup. Last time he played at Wembley, he was a goal scorer for Yeovil when they were going in a very different direction to what they're in recent years. Former Barrowman Akil Wright in their midfield too. Callum Camp's a very talented midfielder, along with Anthony Sarcevic in their midfield. Tanto Olafe is their goal scorer that helped them through into the penalty shootout in their game against Salford. Chris Hussey as well in there, and Jack Stretton down on the bench for Stockport this afternoon. I'll go through their full team in a bit more detail in due course, Chris, but we know they have got quality. We know that they strengthened very heavily in January. We know that the middle of their midfield is very key to what they do, but so too is Moxon, Guy and McCalmont to Carlisle.
Yeah, I mean, we've showed in the home game what we're about when we get amongst them. They are a very good team, well put together, got a lot of financial backing, but another manager who's done the leagues well. He's not got players in from the Premier League or whatever and dropping down. He's got people who are hungry, can play in this division, can go up a division and play as well. They're very, very well, really equipped for League One, aren't they? They could go up and they could pick the same team. Dangerous opponent, but you're right. If we're on it, if our midfield are on it, which is the key battle, then we win the game. And Challen will be saying exactly the same to his team as well. So whoever can rise to this occasion, who can settle the nerves, can play the game. You hear it a lot: play the game, not the occasion, and that's, you know, so true of Wembley finals.
What about this occasion, Chris? You've won promotions with Carlisle, 2 of them, the last 2 Carlisle got. What does it take on this day? What was it like for you guys at Stoke? What will it be like for them here today, trying to get the job done, trying to play the game, not the occasion?
It's tough. It's very tough. It's basically, you know, it is a cup final, but it's more important now because it's, 10 months of hard work. It could all just come crashing down in one game. Hell of a lot of pressure. You do say try and enjoy it. It's so hard to enjoy it. It's tense. Didn't used to have a problem sleeping in the afternoon before a game, but the playoff final, you know, me, Glenn Murray and Paul Arneson were up. I just went into their room and tortured them for a few hours because I just couldn't get to sleep, couldn't rest. The lads will be chomping at the bit. I know the time's kick-off for travel arrangements, but I think the lads...
It's to avoid the final day of the Premier League season.
But as well, it'll be happy to get it out 1:30. I mean, if you wait until 3 or if you wait until 5, it's a long, long day. So they've been up, they're out, they're in the ground early, which is a bit of an ache as well, but they're ready. Crowd have been fantastic coming through the doors. I know we haven't on ticket sales, but we just seem to have outnumbered them 10-1 on Wembley Way.
Absolutely.
Even more than that, but yeah, it's just time, isn't it? We're just desperate for this game to kick off. we can go through everything, but we're just desperate for that whistle to start.
They're happy in terms of the pre-match tension, Chris, to play at this time, but are they happier to play in the full heat of the day, 22 degrees in the capital on that pitch when they're playing today?
It's not ideal, but it's the same for both teams. And John, honestly, you don't generally think about that. Yes, you say it's going to be hot, but you've played in hot weather before. You've played in hot weather all your life. It's going to be some noise when we lift that trophy at the end.
Oh, it really is.
Yeah, it's they'll be ready, and I think, as I say, it's for both teams as well. I'm on the verge a couple of times. Yeah, I'm a bit emotional today. It's a tough day for players, for supporters as well, because it can go horribly wrong. But
it can. It's no place for losers, is it?
No.
Wembley, as Paul Huntington and Paul Simpson have talked about in the build-up to this game. For Stockport then, under 𝓣𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. Remember, Jake Simpson, the son of Paul, is their head of performance, but they've also got Clint Hill in their backroom staff, and Michael Rains as well is in charge of their academy. So all sorts of links to Carlisle in there. We shall see exactly how it all shapes up. Two names of note in their team. They've got up front Paddy Madden and Jack Stretton, former Carlisle players, on their bench. For Carlisle, that one change enforced. Barkley can't play. Mellish, after 3 games, can. He comes straight back in. Otherwise, unchanged from that famous win against Bradford.
Chris, let's talk about the heat, because you can't avoid it. We went down close to the pitch side a bit earlier on, and it is hot out there. How much of a factor is that going to be, do you think, today?
yeah, it's definitely going to play a big part in how you manage the game. Certainly, I think in the players' minds, I just said to James, it's not going to be a factor, but they will have to, at times, on Wembley anyway, in the worst weather. It's a massive pitch, isn't it? The cramp seems to come on a lot more, and that's due to adrenaline as well. But they'll have to manage certain sections of the game. They'll have to take the sting out of it at times. They'll have to pick and choose when to make their runs. It's an absolute amazing pitch, isn't it? You know, it won't be dry, it'll be watered all the way, but as you say, at certain points in the game, that weather will take hold.
You have played and won a playoff final with Carlisle United in the mid-2000s. Is it the best way to be promoted, but also the worst way to lose?
Yeah, I couldn't even comprehend what it might have felt like when we beat Stevenage if we had a loss, just because of the joy and jubilation afterwards, and for weeks and months afterwards. And winning the league was really good. Like, you're the best team, and it is the ultimate accolade to win the league, but you know, the playoff game as a final is a spectacle. Sometimes the more adrenaline at the end, because you're not going to know until 90 minutes who's won it. With the league, you've kind of won it a few games beforehand, but great way to go up. If you extend your season, you might as well go on and win it, and hopefully, touch wood, everything seems to be going well at the minute for us. You know, the supporters are here, they're swamping it, they're swamping over Stockport all over the place. They're in good spirits. Hopefully it's a day for them all to remember.
Yeah, just on those fans, Chris, just under 15,000 have made the trip down to the capital today, which is great numbers considering the logistics that they've had of getting down here, because there's been all kinds of trouble with the trains, and we're hearing about a train on the east coast which was cancelled at Doncaster today. So the Carlisle fans on that train had to find alternative ways of getting to Wembley. And I know people have said the fact it's 2 northern teams playing this afternoon, you know, should it have been played at Old Trafford? Should it have been played at Villa Park? But look, there's no better place to be than Wembley Stadium, is there?
Myself included, saying that sometimes, but when you get here, and as you say, the people who've made it down, unfortunately, I think we've got to go 3,000 more, but they'll be at home cheering on. But yeah, when you see it like this, and fair play to Stockport as well for their ticket sales, a good supported club. Same here. I think it would have been a bit different if Salford were here. I don't think they would have brought that many, so it's great to see. And of course as well, both of them in the blue and white, so the ground's just simply blue and white today, which is a great sight.
Who are favourites going into this, Chris, or is it impossible to call?
Well, I think Stockport should be favourites, but it's just by slim margins due to, you know, how financially backed they are. Players who have been there and done it, but you know, if Carlisle win, it's not going to be a surprise. It's a really tough playoff. You know, the 4 teams in the playoffs, it's a really tough mix, and anyone could have went up, anyone could have went through. And fortunately, we performed brilliantly, especially the second leg against Bradford, to get over the line, and they've earned this, and Stockport have earned it as well. It's just one last push for both teams now, and they'll just be dying to get the game, and we're dying for it, so the players will be even more so.
And we were talking about the supporters. We spent quite a bit of time. We arrived early. We were on Wembley Way for a couple of hours, just soaking in the atmosphere as those Carlisle fans arrived. We didn't want to leave Wembley Way and come into the stadium. It was just fantastic out there, wasn't it? Amazing atmosphere.
Yeah, I mean, I was expecting Stockport and Carlisle up Wembley Way, but it wasn't. It was just Carlisle, Carlisle, Carlisle. Just, as you say, families, friends, flags, scarves, but with a little inner determination from everyone, that they had that look on their eye, that they feel this is the time. And they're right, people have said it and I've said it. It's good coming to these Johnson's Payne finals or Papa John's. I've played it myself, but it doesn't really mean that much in the grand scheme of things. This is a proper final that means so much, and you can feel there's much more of an edge, which I like and which the players will like.
In a spirit of Cumbrians all together, some Barrow fans, avid Barrow fans, have texted in to say please wish Carlisle all the best, hope they win. There you go.
Yeah, fair play. I think, yeah, if Barrow win it, we'd be wanting them to do well. I'm not sure all the Barrow fans will, but no, it's a great message and much appreciated.
How many photographs did you pose for on Wembley Way, by the way, this morning? They
Few.
wouldn't leave you alone, would they?
I told you I should get my modelling days back on track if I hadn't broke my nose 5 times. But no, it's great to see it. It's what a day already. As I said, on about 6 o'clock we're going to crash and burn. Adrenaline's going to come out our body. But what a morning on Wembley Way, just talking to everyone about Carlisle and how they think the game will be, and photos, and as I said, flags and shirts, and seeing your name on some of the shirts, and you're just like, kind of takes you back to when you were little and you thought, that I wish that could happen to me, and it's actually happened. And as I said, great to see everyone coming in now, and it's starting to fill up very quickly as well, so the lads will be coming out soon. Yeah,
we are situated just to the, as we look at the pitch, just to the left of the tunnel where the 2 teams will emerge from in around about 45 minutes time. And we're right amongst the Carlisle fans, actually. Below us and above us and around behind the goal, away to our right, is where the Carlisle fans are going to be, and right directly in front of us, almost up to the halfway line as well. So pretty much all the noise we're going to be getting, hopefully, of goals being celebrated is going to come from the Carlisle end.
Again, as I said, things are working out well. It's worked out perfectly. We can actually go down them stairs and we're amongst them as well. So we're all around them, they're all around us, and as I said, what an atmosphere. Not sure they're happy about £6.80 a pint, but you know, they're in Wembley. Hopefully we're here just for once to do this and go up a division so they can spend it today anyway.
Never mind the pints, it'll all be about the champagne afterwards at full time with a bit of luck, fingers crossed. Hello to Kevin Elwood, who is listening this afternoon with his fingers crossed in Canada. Come on you Blues, says Kevin. If you want to get in touch with us and send your good luck messages to Paul Simpson and his team, you've got 2-3 ways you can do it. You can text us, 81333 is the text number. Start your message with the word Cumbria at the beginning. You can WhatsApp us as well. Again, start your message with the word Cumbria to 08000 321 333. That's 08000 321 333. And you can tweet us as well, as Kevin has done, to @BBC Cumbria Sport. That's @BBC Cumbria Sport. Right, of course, with Morgan Feeney's absence from the squad today due to injury, it will be Paul Huntington who gets the honour of leading his hometown club out at Wembley Stadium this afternoon. James has been speaking to him this week.
I mean, there's a lot of excitement this week. Obviously got a lot of friends, family going to the game. There's a real buzz in the lead up to the game, and yeah, looking forward to it. But obviously we've still got a few days prep before we go down on Friday, and then we train down there Saturday and prepare as best we can for obviously a big game.
Who's had the most demand for tickets from family and friends? You or Owen Moxon? It's got to be between you two, I'd imagine.
I think it's Mox, to be honest.
Really?
I think, yeah, he normally outdoes me on a home game here in the league, so yeah, he's asking for extra. But I think Joel Senior's got a lot, actually, which you wouldn't imagine. But yeah, I think he had about 25-30 tickets.
Wow.
I'm not as bad because a lot of my mates come anyway, so they sort themselves as season ticket holders. They were in first day, which has been quite nice, really, because I did expect a lot more to be asking. But no, there's a real buzz around the city, and wherever you go, whether it's the supermarket, you're in town, or petrol station, there's someone mentioning, you know, how good it's been and buzzing for Sunday.
Can you believe? I mean, you've seen so much of football. You've kind of been here, done that, haven't you? But to be at Wembley for Carlisle after 17 years without a promotion, how proud are you to be a part of that?
Yeah, obviously it's a brilliant achievement to get there, but at the same time we know that you know, I've spoke this week that Wembley's a place for winners, and I've been there a few times myself and been on sort of both sides. But yeah, we need to make sure we go there. I know we're going to, as a group, to look round Wembley, just so maybe more so the lads that haven't played there can get a feel around the place, and so you're not kind of turning up and it's, you know, rabbit in headlights sort of thing. I think that'll help. But yeah, obviously very proud to lead, to be, well, stepping in for Morgan at the moment. But yeah, it's obviously it means a lot to me being from here, and obviously it would mean a hell of a lot to go the extra step, the one more step that we need to do, hopefully to get promoted.
They say that there's no room for sentimentality in football, but there's something romantic about you being here, because if you don't mind me saying, you look like you could still play at a higher level than this. But to be here at your boyhood club, what was it all about, and can you believe how well it's gone?
I mean, it's funny you say that, because I didn't feel that after about 115 minutes on Saturday when I was treading water trying to get that guy out the right wing, but I couldn't get back. But it was a very hot day. I was just exhausted. My dad, actually, I met him. He came for his tickets the other day, and he sort of said, it's the most tired I've seen you. Hot day. I think Mox and Jack Armour, Callum Guy had ran like 15 kilometres. I think us centre-backs were 13 kilometres, which, I mean, you'd normally do 8.5, 9.5 in the first leg, I think we did. So it was a massive effort. But yeah, I mean, that's kind of what it takes. And yeah, it was special because, like, I stood at the top of the tunnel with my dad, like, when I was a kid, and sort of a lot of people have saying to me, you know, they haven't seen it like that for a long time, and it's the best that I've seen Brunton Park. But no, it was more in the summer that, I mean, spoke about when I joined, but the manager was keen at the end of last season. I wasn't, if I was honest, I wasn't really, I'd always kind of played League One, Championship, and I was looking to stay as high as possible, really, as long as I could. But then what changed really was I spent the summer, May, June, July at home, and we've just got a new home locally, not far from here. And I spent the time with my young daughter, with my wife, my young daughter, who was one, and that's kind of what changed it for me. And probably I'm going to start welling up there, but I saw her after the game, my daughter, on Saturday in the lounge, and I was sort of welling up because it is all for her, really, and just want to make her proud. Obviously, it has a lot of meaning because you have a lot of friends and family that come to the games. A lot of mine are more for the social, I think, than the actual football. But yeah, they'll all be there, and a few people, a lot of people leading up to the semi-finals, and I'm sure this week we'll be saying, you know, we're all right behind you, which means a lot, and I'm sure we'll have a brilliant following on Sunday and down there this weekend. Hopefully a Carlisle United takeover, but I know it's difficult getting down there. Some of my family with coaches and lack of train, or the train strikes. So we appreciate each and every one that will be going down and getting behind us, because yeah, it'd be a great occasion for the club. But yeah, we're going there to win.
Carlisle United's stand-in skipper today, Paul Huntington. He leads his hometown club out at Wembley Stadium. Chris, how big a signing has Paul Huntington been for United this season?
Absolutely huge. I think we knew we were going to get a good player. Paul Simpson knew he was going to get a good player, but not only that, as I've spoken about many times in commentary, he kind of sacrifices himself at times. He organises whilst things are going on in the pitch, and someone who can do that and communicate as well as look after your own job shows what a good player he is, what a good leader he is, and someone who leads by example off the pitch as well. So absolutely fantastic.
Every team needs a leader. Your promotion team had Kevin Gray. You need an experienced figure like that. Every successful team needs one. Yeah,
and it's great that him and Joe have been here today. They've done it for Preston. They've done it on the big stage, and they'll be used to it. They will. There won't be as many nerves in their stomach. I know Joe and Paul, probably the nerves will come how desperate they want to do it. You know, Paul, hometown club, and Joe's got a massive history with it, and they love playing for Carlisle. So they'll be desperate to get this for the supporters as well. I'm not just saying this, that, you know, you can't. We could hear the Stockport fans if they were singing, but it's just Carlisle, and, you know, really embracing being down here, and hopefully they're rewarded at the end.
Speaking of nerves, while we were listening to Paul Huntington, you let out a very nervous puff of the cheeks when I looked over to you. I mean, I'm bad enough with the nerves, but we're not helping each other, I don't think.
No, we're not. We keep saying people enjoy it. I don't think I can enjoy it, to be honest, till it's won and it's done at the end. So,
how much do you think the fact Carlisle fans have had to wait so long for promotion? It's 17 years since Carlisle were last promoted. That's the longest wait of any fan base in the entire Football League. No team has had to wait longer for a promotion than Carlisle. How much do you think that adds to the sense of maybe the tension around today?
Yeah, I think you're not given it right, but the way we travel in numbers all through the years, all through the dark years, how many people show up, how many people support the club, they do deserve a promotion, they deserve some success. And as we keep saying, me and James, for a long time, we missed the generation, we lost the generation. Simo's somehow saved us from relegation, somehow got us into a playoff final, but the more important thing, made kids from 5 to 15, 16 fall in love with Carlisle again, and not just support them as the second team, actually support them as the first team. And now the Man Cities, the Man U's, the Liverpools are the second team, Carlisle are the first, and they get to the ground, they get to away games, and you know, these young lads who are cleaning up the terraces after games and stuff, and creating flags and funding pages for Bradford's memorials and stuff, they've been an absolute credit, and you want promotion for them as well.
And if anybody doubts the power of sport to help boost the community, this is a classic example, isn't it, where Carlisle feels as though it's got a bit of an identity again. There is a real buzz around the city, there's a pride in the city now, which perhaps hasn't always been too evident while United have been going, the football club's been going through a lean period. And you can see it today in the supporters we met out on Wembley Way, how much pride they've got for Carlisle and their football club.
Yeah, I think it's, you know, they're bringing up their kids as Carlisle United supporters. You know, they're bringing them over to me. The kids haven't got a clue who I am. And then the dads and mums are telling them about, I'm still maintaining I nearly hit the target at Stoke. But they're telling the history, and then I'll start talking about Bridgie, or I'll start talking about Kev Gray, and the kids are open-mouthed, and the parents are just nodding because they remember the kind of characters they were. And now you can see characters in there. You've got the Joe, who's an absolute something hole. He's, you know, on that pitch, he's horrible, he's nasty, he's dirty, but you want him in your team every time. And you look around that dressing room today, and you look at Joe, and you look at Callum Guy, and you look at Moxon, you look at Huntington, and you go, we're ready for this. And I just had to look around, and you said Kevin Gray was the captain. We could have had 10 captains in the team. We were that lucky. And you look around and you can see everyone's ready for it. And when you see people like Tom Cowan, Kev Gray, Chris Billy, you know, even people like Kevin Henderson who weren't in the team G'ing you up, you thought you're ready for battle, you're ready for a fight, and you're ready for a football game. And I think this team's got a little bit of that, well, a lot of that in it. And
nobody, I guess, no other player embodies that sense of local pride and proud to be a Cumbrian than one of our own, as the fans sing, Owen Moxon. What a stage for him today.
And you know what, every stage that's got bigger through the season, he's produced on it. He's done better every game that's gone along. You know, I expect him to play about 25, 30 games. I thought he'd have a spell where he'd come out the team because he'd lose form or it would catch up with him. He's just kept plodding on. I can't really remember him having a 4 or 5 out of 10. You know, everyone gets one of them games that season, but even when he's not been man of the match, he's been like a 6 or a 7. He's contributed somehow. He's done something, and he's been fantastic. He's learnt the game well, and what I like about him, he's not modified his game like a robot. He's kept that, you know, sometimes he does go for the negs, which sometimes he shouldn't, but then he'll pull it off the next time. So you've got to be allowed to have that freedom to do that. And Paul Simpson's managed them really well as well, and his family will be over the moon. He'll be over the moon, but I'm just going to be the little winner in us now. Don't come all this way and lose today. Go and do that final push, and then you can, for the next 3-4 weeks, you can sit on holiday and you can watch all the videos that have been made, all the supporters, and you can just raise a glass to that and totally enjoy your summer. So hopefully in a couple hours time he's dancing around that pitch.
Well, 13 months ago Owen Moxon was playing part-time football with Annan Athletic and a van driver as a living. Now he's one of the most coveted players in lower league football, named in the League 2 team of the season. James has been speaking to him this week.
Bit of a dream world, isn't it? A year, I was just saying before, a year ago today, I probably wouldn't have seen myself playing at Wembley, you know, and it's just how it's turned out, and you know, we've deserved to get there, and you know, personally, I'm obviously biased, but I think we deserve to go and win it, and that's what we're going to set out to try and do, and just make this season 10 times, 100 times better than it already has been. So, yeah, I'm excited for it, and I can't wait.
We've talked about what it must be like for you just as a player playing for the club that means so much to you, but to go to Wembley, to have the chance to win a final, to get them a first promotion in nearly 2 decades, what goes through your head? How do you concentrate? Remember, you've got a job to do on the pitch.
I think you've just got to take the excitement that you've got now, and like I said, I didn't think I'd be in this position, so it makes me hungry to want to go and win and see it off properly. You might never get this chance again in your career, so I don't want to be going to Wembley and you know, coming away short. I've lost 2 playoff finals before, 3rd time lucky, hopefully. So I just want to take all that into the game and, you know, leave everything out there, and, you know, whatever happens will happen. And yeah, I'm using that excitement as a bit of fuel to go and perform.
And Peter Murphy and your old teammate Savannah have shown you the way, haven't they, with their playoff victory? And it's a brutal playoff, isn't it, playing off against a team from the division above to get up?
Yeah, they've done brilliant. I spoke to Murph today, actually, and I just said obviously he was congratulating me, I was congratulating him, and he's obviously experienced Wembley before, so he gave us a bit of advice going there. So, you know, I've got a lot of time for him, and, you know, he deserves the promotion that they've finally got, so I'm buzzing for them, and hopefully we can make it us as well. How
would you, if the best result did happen at Wembley, celebrate it? Out in London or coach home in Conga down Botch?
No, I think we'll all just be with our family and the lads, and, you know, I don't know how I'll react when the final whistle goes. Probably have a little cry, to be honest, either way. So no, I'll have to see what happens then. I'm not really thinking about that. I'm just thinking more on the game first, and then I'll deal with all that after. It can take me anywhere after that if we win. I don't really care where I end up after that.
There you go, somebody so proud, Owen Moxon, to be here at Wembley Stadium with Carlisle United. You are live in the press area now, just looking around at some of the luminaries in here for the various broadcasters, looking down the row at all the different fans to our left, the Stockport fans, to our right, the Carlisle United fans, and just swinging around the bowl of Wembley Stadium. It is a beautiful setup. I don't think they'll be using the top deck today, but the Club Wembley middle seats are in action, and certainly the lower seats very much populated by the fans of Stockport and Carlisle United. We've got a Carlisle fan joining us live on BBC Radio Cumbria Sport now in Chris. Good afternoon to you, Chris. How are you feeling? Are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
No. Not from exactly where you are, but yeah, I just wanted to check whether you're in the stadium with us as well. You come inside or you start to Wembley way enjoying that?
Come inside, just play it a little bit.
There you are, Chris. Look, it's great to talk to you here. I think we're going to have to talk to you in a few moments' time, because we are going to be taking in the news here on BBC Radio Cumbria in just a moment's time. But Chris, will be back with you after that in just a moment's time. Chris Lumsden is still with me here, just as we prepare, Chris. And half an hour to go until kick-off. Fans, players very excited. And what a day this promises to be.
Radio Cumbria.
And on your radio.
The sound of Cumbria is
BBC Radio Cumbria.
At 1 o'clock with the latest BBC News for Cumbria, I'm Alison Wood. Well, with just half an hour to go until kick-off in their biggest match for years, Carlisle United fans are on a roller coaster of emotions.
Confident. I think we'll win 2-0. 2-0 the Blues.
Nervous. Just nervous, yeah. Like, there's about 12, 13 of us, family and friends, been travelling all across the country all season, so it's nice to get one more game. Hopefully it goes our way.
It's feeling very real standing on Wembley Way now, very real. But there's no reason why we can't win today at all, no reason at all.
Carlisle take on Stockport at Wembley for a place in League One, and with it increased television revenue and the chance to play bigger clubs. But whatever the outcome, these fans told us they're thrilled with the way the season's gone.
Whatever happens, we've had a good season, and compared to the disaster that Carlisle was in until Simo took over last year, then look at where we're at today. We're at Wembley, so we're winners all round, I think.
Paul Simpson has been an absolute guiding light since he's come. He's done wonders for the club. If we do it, brilliant. If we don't, we've had a fantastic season.
And of course, we have full match commentary from 1:30 with BBC Radio Cumbria Sport. The police say a 15-year-old boy who drowned in the River Eden was Lewis Michael Kirkpatrick from Carlisle. He was in a group of teenagers who got into difficulty in the water on Friday evening. His body was found in the river in the road.
Park last week.
Are we winning?
I hope so. I really hope so. I mean, obviously we've had some tough games against Stockport this season, but we've had some really good form in these playoffs. I'm hoping 2-0.
Tell us about your journey. How long's it taken you to get here?
So I actually live in London, so this is one of the rare games this season that's convenient for me. I think you could probably hear the chanting in the background now.
Yeah, huge fan of that. Yeah, I'm happy to break off our chat for any of that sort of chanting. But yeah, so not so far for you to come for this one, much further for the home games.
Yeah, much further for the home games. I've managed to make it to 3 this season, but I've been a much more regular away fixture goer. Happily quite a few within striking distance of London that I've made it to.
And so have you been spending a bit of time out on Wembley Way then? And could you spot any Stockport fans? I mean, it felt like they were about 100-1 in favour of Carlisle when we were out there from 10.
Well, I think they're probably on the other side of the stadium. I mean, I'd like to hope that there are only about, 10 of them for all of us. But I only saw a handful on the train. I imagine they've come another way. But I could be pleasantly surprised.
And what do you make of the one change for Carlisle today? Only change in the matchday squad. Mellish back into the team for the unlucky Barkley.
Yeah, well, I mean, the players last week were absolutely incredible together. I mean, it's such a shame for Barkley, having scored the winner, not to be able to play. But I mean, of course, it's lovely to have Mellish back. And it's also so lovely that Barkley, as far as I'm aware, has come down with the boys and he's going to be watching it today.
Yeah, who's going to be the hero today then?
Pardon, sorry?
Who's going to be the hero today? Who's going to be the standout performer for Carlisle and get this done?
Well, obviously, I think the hope for many people is Mox. He's had a brilliant season and it would be lovely for him. But John Kimani-Gordon as well, he's playing in London where he's from. I'm hopeful for him and Mox to have some standout performances today.
Lovely. Listen, I'll leave you to it. Really appreciate you coming on with us, Chris. Have a great day at Wembley and let's hope we're all celebrating a bit later.
Up the Blues.
There you go, up the Blues, so says Chris. We'll be seeing if we get some more Carlisle fans on with it. In fact, we have. We've got Dave joining myself, James Phillips and Chris Lumsden. Dave, are you in Wembley Stadium, Dave?
I am indeed. Just in the line this is bar, getting a glass of water just before we head to the seat.
Well. Yeah, you do well. Have you been...
You can probably hear it.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Have you been out on Wembley Way baking in the sunshine as Mike Zeller was earlier?
Yeah, no, there was a crowd of us all met up at Harrow, at 130 of us, something like that, and we've all just arrived quite recently at Wembley, so loving it.
Oh, what an atmosphere it is, and I think one or two people who are sensible have pointed out that a lot of the Stockport fans might be coming in from a different side, but still, Wembley Way felt like it belonged to Cumbria, didn't it?
Yeah, it's fantastic, really brilliant. But I mean, actually, most Carlisle fans are here now. They've got here much earlier than most crowds at Wembley, and people are just moving to the seats. They just want to be part of it. It's so positive. I mean, our club is so positive now that everybody just wants to be there and feel in the atmosphere.
Yeah, it is some atmosphere to behold, isn't it? And it's a rarity to be here. I was just chatting to a colleague from BBC Manchester, and you know, they've had pretty much every competition except the FA Trophy they've been involved in here. Some areas, some clubs just get to do this more, don't they? It feels, you know, after 12 years. If you remember that little spell at the end of the noughties where, you know, suddenly Carlisle just couldn't avoid Wembley, could they? 2 EFL Trophy finals in 12 months, but 12 years since then, and now back.
Yeah, but this is so much more than I've been to all 6 trophy finals, and this is just so much more important. This shows the team that's on the up.
One change today, it's the enforced one. Barkley out, Mellish in. Anything else that you might have done?
No, well, the only thing I wondered, it wasn't clear whether 𝓣𝓸𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓷 was feeling, was he okay, or is he still injured?
No, he's here. Just, I think Paul Simpson said he wanted, if he was going to put him on his bench, he wanted to know if he had to come after 5 minutes, he would be able to cope. And he clearly hasn't, so they have gone with him not on the bench today. So, yeah, fingers crossed. Everything will be absolutely fine.
But I'll tell you what, can you see John Mellish getting the winner? I would just love it if he got the winner.
Yeah, lovely stuff. Listen, Dave, many thanks to you. It's really hard to hear you, as I'm sure it is for you to hear us as well. Real pleasure having you on.
Afterwards, we'll all be around afterwards celebrating, I hope.
Yeah, we'll hopefully get you when we are celebrating after the game. Many thanks then. There you go, that's David the Carlisle fan. We've also got Harold joining us here live at Wembley on BBC Radio Cumbria Sport. Harold, how are your nerves? How are you feeling?
I'm feeling quite excited, but quite an experience getting into this building. What a place. But I'll tell you something, there are no signs to toilets. We couldn't believe that. You've got signs to everything, but not a toilet. So there we are.
Well, there you go. That's all. That's Wembley Stadium. Hopefully you'll find some and you'll be all right, Harold. What do you think today? Do you think that the Blues... Oh, you found them. Great stuff. Do you think the Blues can get it done?
I'm confident they will. Oh, yes. And with Mellish back, it's a pity about Barkley. A great shame for the lad. But we're looking for... And Moxon, I think this is the last time you're going to see Moxon in the Carlisle shirt. I think Paul Simpson said we wouldn't sell unless there was crazy money. Well, there's a lot of dubious crazy money in these 4 football leagues of ours, and I think this is Moxon's last game.
Well, I hope you're wrong, but I know what you're saying. Harold, many thanks for joining us and for hanging on the line for us. We've been joined by some Carlisle United royalty here who's working for, well, Glenn Murray, you tell us, who are you working for today?
I'm working for no one. I've come to enjoy the game today.
Have you really? Because I've seen you being down there chatting to all the TV folk who you're generally working with these days.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to come and enjoy this one. My first 2 professional clubs in the Football League. But obviously, I'm Carlisle today. I want Carlisle to get over the line.
What do you think? You're the expert. You're a pundit. You tell us. You look at the 2 teams. Which way do you see this one going?
It doesn't really matter what I think. It's what I want, and I want Carlisle. I want them to get through. I want Huntington to score. I want Moxon to score, and I want Charters to score. All local lads to the area.
When you started, when you were in the team with Chris Lumsden at the start of it all, Glenn, did you really believe that you would have the football career that you've had and then this career that you've got now in punditry as well? Can you kind of believe?
Well, I think Mum is probably best positioned to answer that question. Did I see what? No, I didn't, in all honesty. I walked into a dressing room that was very experienced. I played in the league all over the place, and I felt out of my depth at certain times, and that's probably the club progressed too fast for me, and I moved on, and probably other clubs seen the better side of me, but it'll always be a special place. I used to go to Warwick and watch games as a kid, and then to represent the football club will always mean a lot to me.
And what's it like doing this other side now, this new career that you've got? And by the way, you are absolutely fantastic at it. We all agree. Even Lummy, who he might not want to say it, but isn't he marvellous on the TV these days?
That was through gritted teeth. Do you know what? I fell into it. I didn't really want to go into the coaching or management side of it. I wanted to get off the structure, but this still gives me a taste of the game I love. And yeah, life's good at the minute. I'm enjoying going to grounds, commenting on football. It's all I know, I suppose. And
somebody who did so well as well for Brighton as well. What have you made of them and their amazing rise, and the fact that they're in Europe next season, one of your former clubs?
Yeah, no, that's been exceptional. I just think the way the club's progressed constantly over the years. I mean, they were in League One, where Carlisle could possibly end up today. So if you think of Carlisle 12 years from now qualifying for Europe, I mean, it is possible. We've seen it yesterday with Luton as well, back-to-back promotions right through the Football League and into the Premier League. So even though it feels like a long way away this afternoon, you never know, in the near future could be Premier League.
And having played at the very highest level, what does it take on occasions like this, coming back to this game, for the players to stay on top of the emotion of a day like this? I mean, we're barely doing it presenting here, let alone what the players will have to do out on the pitch.
Well, the first thing for someone like Chris beside me is a lot of sunscreen. No, do you know what? It's about trying to keep your emotions in check, and it's probably the lead up to the game that's the most tiring. The anticipation, your family's calling you, tickets. And actually, Lummy was someone when we went to Stoke that day in the conference playoff final that really settled our nerves, especially mine and Paul Arneson's, and we were in a little group and just managed to stop thinking about it. Really, just try and take yourself away from the game as much as possible. Treat it as a normal game, even though in the back of your mind you know it's the magnitude of it. But then once you're out there, you just got to do what you do and try your best to put the tactics in place that the manager's told you to. But do you know what? I've been down there today, and it is extremely hot down there. I mean, when you think it's hot outside, down in that sort of ball of a stadium.
No wind, is there?
No, there's no wind. It's dead, and I mean the sun's blasting in there. I mean, I'm looking down at the cameras, and the presenters have even got umbrellas, and that just shows how hot it is. So, yeah, I think it's about managing your load today, not going too hard too early, and staying in the game for as long as possible from a physicality point of view.
And just finally, because I know that you're here just as a fan to enjoy your day today, Glenn, but what has Paul Simpson got? How has he taken this team in, 14, 15 months now, from threat of relegation out the Football League to a team once again on the way potentially back up into League One?
Do you know what? I just think Simo, he's just got an affiliation with the club. He understands it. He's a local guy. He gets it, I think, and he's just a really, really good fit, as we've seen over a number of occasions, and the last 2 seasons, to take them from the edge of relegation to now in the playoffs. It's testament to him and his family, and hopefully he can get one step further and get his first Wembley win.
Oh, I know, wouldn't be fantastic? And Carlisle United looking for that first ever EFL playoff win here at Wembley. Glenn Murray, many thanks for joining us here on BBC Radio Cumbria Sport. Former Carlisle striker, of course, part of all sorts of broadcast coverage these days, Paul, but today just here to cheer on the Blues.
Great to see old teammates reunited as well, isn't it?
100%, yeah. Just to see them chatting straight away again. I went to the charity game on Sunday after the amazing Bradford game, the Penrith Legends versus the Carlisle Legends, and just seeing old teammates come back together and picking up where they left off. That's what this pair are doing behind us right now, just picking up where they left off. Jokes about Lummy needing sun cream on. I'm sure jokes about Glenn having a mouthful of marbles back when he was a player, Chris, with you in those early days, but certainly sorted all of that out these days, hasn't he?
I needed to see him. He settled us right down. I'm relaxed now. You know, a little 3 minutes of absolutely battering him off air has took me right back to 2006. So I'm happy I've seen him. I couldn't quite hear when you were laughing your head off and you looked at me. Did I get a bit of a hammer in there?
We were talking about how hot it is and how, you know, certainly going back to their days, certain players had to really manage the heat carefully, including those like Lummy, who had to put more sun cream on.
All right, I'll take that one. But yeah, he can't stay around for the celebrations. He's off to do the Brentford game.
So he's not staying for the game then?
Yeah, he's going to do it, but he's got to get off quite. You know, hopefully he'll miss us lifting the trophy when he's on his way over there.
Oh,
but it's good to see him, yeah, and as James said, someone who's worked his way up through football and now onto the media side, but he's desperate for Carlisle to win.
We are less than 15 minutes away from kick-off here at Wembley Stadium. The League Two Play Off Final, Carlisle United against Stockport County. Full match commentary on the way very shortly from the BBC Radio Cumbria Sport team. Quick shout out to some of the people who've been getting in touch. Mike on Twitter says if anyone lost their ticket for Red Zone heading up from the fan zone, we've handed it into Stewart's. That's Red Zone Gate End. So if anybody's lost a ticket for that area or aware of any family member who might be down there today, then go to Red Zone Gate End where that ticket's been handed in. Some other people who've been tweeting us. Sybil says could watch on the telly, but we're sticking with James and Lummy on BBC Radio Cumbria Sport as it's traditional and right. They say, and you've got that absolutely right as well. You can watch the TV, of course, and listen to the commentary on your radio today. Craig Thompson, go on Charlie up the Blues, says Craig. Let's see, this is L who says gutted, can't be at Wembley today, but BBC Radio Cumbria Sport are being incredible today. Drove 200 miles just to go to the Blue Store yesterday to get a Carlisle United scarf, just like my late dad would have done. I wish he was here to celebrate with me, but feels like he is. I mean, that's the kind of message, isn't it? That shows you how powerful days like this are for Carlisle fans, and it binds families together. You know, I had a moment when I saw my dad last Saturday after the Bradford win. You know, we've recently had a bereavement in the family, and just how it can just bring sort of joy and connection back to people's lives.
It does, and I think I'm not sure who spoke about it, but there was someone who his granddad's just starting to suffer from dementia, and he made sure he got him down on that pitch in the Bradford pitch invasion. So as much as some people sometimes condone pitch invasions, etc., to get his granddad down there and on that turf, it was a fantastic story. And as you just pointed out there, it's much more than football, and I know, like, winning it does bond you even more. It makes you stronger. It'll make all these supporters stronger. They're going to make friends for life in this stadium today. People who have probably not even met each other are going to take away a memory, hopefully a good memory, away together. And you know, all we want to see is all these lot dancing and singing at the end and cuddling and enjoying the night, and hopefully these lads will produce it.
Clive says, great atmosphere in Wembley for today's game. Clive's going for a 2-1 win to Carlisle. Stephen from Egremont, I'm on pins and needles before it even starts. And Avril says, the dream is alive. Live the dream, Carlisle. Let your feet do the talking. Well, if Carlisle can get promoted this afternoon, Chris, these players will become legends in the club history, won't they? I mean, you know, that's not an understatement. You know, it's a club that's not had too many promotions to celebrate down its history, but if you become part of the promotion-winning Carlisle team, the door will forever be open at Brunton Park for you.
Yeah, it's a great, you know, achievement to make. Still to this day, you know, you get people talking about it. You know, I've never spoke about the promotion so much to this weekend, but obviously because everyone wants to go back to it, everyone wants to think about it, and everyone wants to rekindle their memories, and hopefully it brings us more luck today. And I'm just ready to pass the baton on now. I'm desperate for another team to get one and take us up into League One, where I think, you know, we'll get up there and we'll do well.
Immortality, isn't it, Paul? That's what you are when you achieve something on the scale that Chris's team did in 2006 and 2005, and that is what lies before Carlisle United today. I was telling you, you thought it was a bit too cheesy, to be honest. We should go with Queen, Who Wants to Live Forever, if
Carlisle United win today to play out the end of the programme, but it's that sort of scale, that sort of scope to a day like this. These players will live forever because people will forever remember this. Nearly 20 years without a promotion until this group of players came along, if they can just win this one game of football.
Keith has been in touch as well. He says, can you give long-time Carlisle United fan Jeff Tomlinson a mention? Probably Carlisle's greatest ever fan who never missed a game, home or away for years. Unfortunately, Jeff isn't too well at the moment and can't do away games. So Keith and I'm sure all other Carlisle United fans send our best wishes to Jeff as well, because we know Jeff has more than anybody covered the miles following Carlisle United down the years.
Yeah, hopefully Jeff can listen and he'll get his reward today for all the travelling he does and all the games he's been to, and hopefully he enjoys this today, and in a couple hours he's celebrating.
What's gone through these players' minds then, Chris? They're shortly about to take the field here. I mean, how do you put a lid on the nerves on an occasion like this?
Yeah, it's tough. It's really tough, to be honest. You know, you're human after all. You know how much it means. You know how big it is. They'll just be desperate to get out there and kick it. The best thing is now they're nearly there. They can nearly just set about it, get the first touch of the ball, pass it to a blue shirt, well, red shirt, shall we say, and settle into the game. And it's going to be cagey because of the heat now as well. It might take a long time to get finished, but no, the noise is starting. Carlisle are in. I'm telling you now, if you win it on supporters, we're in great voice today.
This atmosphere is incredible, isn't it? Amazing. Chris is gone, I think. Well, the two teams are shortly about to take the field. This is BBC Radio Cumbria Sport, live from Wembley Stadium for the 2022-23 League 2 Play Off Final, Carlisle United versus Stockport County. Game 49 of the season, as United look to end a 17-year wait for promotion, the longest wait of any team currently in the English Football League. Kick-off is just minutes away. How's the nerves, Carlisle fans?
Ball out to Senior here on the right. Senior just steps inside his man, looking to drive up towards the edge of the area, looking for the 1-2, gets it back, rolls for Moxon, keeper saves, can Gordon in the end! Gordon scores! Gordon scores! 21st minute, Carlisle level in the tie! Brilliant Senior, brilliant Moxon, and there was Gordon! Johnny on the spot! JK for Carlisle! Carlisle for Wembley! You'll find out here on BBC Radio Cumbria Sports. It's 1-0 to Carlisle on the day, and it's all square on aggregate.
Moxon with the corner, all Carlisle's players in a clutch, looking for Whelan. Header at the near post comes off Halliday, drops towards Callum Guy, takes on the shot. Oh, what a goal! What a goal, Callum Guy! Outside of the right foot, from the right-hand side of the knee, across the penalty area, and into the bottom corner like a rocket. No one's stopping that. Carlisle lead on aggregate. 2-0 on the day, 2-1 overall. At the moment, if there are no more goals, Carlisle will go to Wembley. In the 8th minute of extra time, it's Carlisle 2, Bradford 0. They're going to get him behind Huntington here. He can't stop his man getting there. Banks has gone around him into the penalty area. Thomas Holy comes out. Oh, they've scored right at the start of the second period of extra time. Huntington got isolated against Banks. He got around his man and he's turned it in the middle, and it's 2-2 on aggregate. At the moment it's penalties. Bradford score, Carlisle lead 2-1 on the day, and we're heading to penalties unless there's another say in this game. Repelled by Bradford, under pressure, must be careful. Turns it around the corner here. Moxon on the ball. Can he find a teammate? Sends it in towards. Oh no! It's in! It's Huntington! It's in! Carlisle Barkley! Barkley scores! Carlisle lead again! 3-2 up on aggregate! 3-1 on the day! Hands on heads in the Bradford penalty area! Oh, Carlisle going to Wembley! Have they done it? 3-2! What a game! 112 minutes! And Barkley scores! Great ball, Moxon! Barkley did the rest! Dear, dear me, how are your hearts doing?
In my mind, there's nothing for second at Wembley, especially in a playoff final. It's everything for first, and we're not guaranteed it, but I want to make sure we do everything we possibly can to give ourselves the best chance of being first.
Two Playoff Final.
Live from Wembley.
BBC Radio Cumbria Sport.
And welcome back inside Wembley Stadium, where the two sets of players are lined up under the Sky Bet League 2 Playoff Final arc. How are those nerves? Carlisle all in their red chain strips, Stockport's in blue and white. The officials in the middle, your referee today, Tom Nield, assistants Alex James and 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓰. Now it is the national anthem. Fantastic noise here. Now the dignitaries will go down the line and meet the players. Paul Simpson goes down his line of Carlisle United players. As I was mentioning, Kryvanov, one of the assistants, 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰, also the video assistant referee today, Neil Swarbrick. We're told they will leave it like a League 2 game. They won't intervene like in the Premier League, but if there are big key moments in the penalty areas, VAR will be used for the only game this season in League 2 after 48 games without VAR today. Chris Lumsden, bit of an odd one that, isn't it, for the players to deal with, especially with the amount of holding on and pushing and pulling you see in penalty areas at this level.
Yeah, as you say, hopefully they will leave it alone, and they'll let the players get on with it. Not needed, but I can see why they do it and bring it in. But we're finally here now. We've packed behind the goal. I think we've distributed our tickets a bit. Looks a bit fuller, but I know they assault more, but we've kind of distributed ours a little bit better. It looks not so many gaps, but great attendance for a League 2. What you're scared of is it looking a bit bare, but it doesn't. Of course, the top sections are going to be out of play, but the bottom and the middle are packed.
Just look all around the Club Wembley section all around here. They're rammed in there, and then all the way away to our right behind that goal. Down in front of us, you can see deck chair shirts and blue checkered flags, Cumbrian colours. I can see Mellishers on the back of shirts, Moxons as well. I can see the blue of Carlisle United in the crowd as the players are all in red. One change today, Mellish back into the back three, back from his 3-game ban. His teammates' exploits in the semi-finals have got him one more game this season. The 4 guy, of course, Ben Barclay, who can't play against Stockport today. He's going to watch this one with his Carlisle kit on today, though. Mellish to the left of the back three, Whelan on the right-hand side, Moxon, Guy and McCalmont in midfield. Huntington, of course, anchoring the back three. The wing-backs, Armour and Senior. Up front, Garner and Gordon. And in goal, Holy for Carlisle United. For Stockport, Ben Hinchliffe in goal for them. Former Barrowman Akil Wright in a back three, along with Fraser Horsfall and Chris Hussey. Ryan Rydell and Kyle Noyle, the wing-backs. Callum Camps, Anthony Sarcevic and Ryan Crowsdale in the midfield. And up front, Isaac Olafe and Paddy Madden, the former Carlisle man. And it looks like the officials have done at the toss of the coin. Paddy Madden stood in the centre circle, looking like he's ready to get us underway here on BBC Radio Cumbria Sports. Carlisle United will defend the end with their own fans in the first half, going from right to left in front of us. Whatever orientation you're watching it from, we're rooting for red. We're booing the Blues this afternoon. Stockport starting the day in blue, and it's Stockport to kick off with the former Carlisle man Paddy Madden. Scored a goal that helped Yeovil on their way up in a playoff final over 10 years ago. And all eyes on the referee then, who's presumably under the spell of the team.
Hello, and thank you for listening to BBC Local Radio on the internet. Unfortunately, the current programme on this station is unavailable. This is either due to contractual reasons or a temporary technical fault. Please try again later. If you're looking for a sport commentary, please visit bbc.co.uk/sport-commentaries for details. For the latest news and information from where you live, please visit bbc.co.uk/England. Hello, and thank you for listening to BBC Local Radio on the internet. Unfortunately, the current programme on this station is unavailable. This is either due to contractual reasons or a temporary technical fault. Please try again later. If you're looking for a sport commentary, please visit bbc.co.uk/sport-commentaries for details. For the latest news and information from where you live, please visit bbc.co.uk/England. Hello, and thank you for listening to BBC Local Radio on the internet. Unfortunately, the current programme on this station is unavailable. This is either due to contractual reasons or a temporary technical fault.
for me, there's probably just not enough, but any more sort of forcefulness from Whelan there, and it probably could have been given.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's difficult for both sets of players, isn't it? They're used to not having VAR, now they've got it, the adrenaline's pumping, things they usually get away with, as you'd mentioned, they can't now, and maybe that flashed into Corey Whelan's mind. He grabbed on, pulled the shirt slightly, and then just about let go in time. Certainly there wasn't a big enough obvious error from the referee for VAR to intervene and overturn, but those are the risks, and we might see 2, 3, 4 of those over the course of the 90 minutes.
Yeah, there was obviously yesterday as well in the Championship Play Off Final. Luton, although they went through on penalties, they thought they'd snatched it right at the end of extra time, but VAR looked at it and a handball was given in the build-up now. As coming forward again, a Stockport down the right, but I think the ball is bounced out of play, so it'll just be a goal kick to the Cumbrians, who, yeah, I think out of the two sides, nearly 12 minutes gone, still 0-0, but it is Stockport that have maybe just sort of threading a few more passes around each other, knocking it around a little bit more confidently. The ball is sticking a bit better, I think, with Paddy Madden up there, and Olafay's looking lively. Haven't really seen Joan Garner involved in the game as of yet. Kimani Gordon's sort of peeled out to the channels a few times to try and get hold of the ball, but it is Stockport, I think, that are just edging this one at the moment, but no real threat from them so far. A few decent balls into the box, but Carlisle have dealt with it at the moment as, again, they just sort of play a loopy ball out to the left of the Cumbrians and flicks off Garner's head, having said he's not involved, and he heads it straight out of play. Just need someone in there to settle them down, don't they?
Yeah, they do, and it's not too surprising. These two sides have contrasting styles. Stockport like to get the ball down and play, and expect to see them over the course of the 90 minutes dominate possession, whereas Carlisle are a little bit more about pressing and on the counter-attack. They've got pace with Gordon up front, so it's no surprise Stockport are seeing a lot more of the ball early doors, but as you mentioned, Carlisle probably need someone like Owen Moxon and Alfie McCalmont to try and get their foot on the ball and have a little bit more control when they're in possession.
Yeah, as Mellish is trying to break forward down this left-hand side from his left centre-back role, ends up sort of overrunning it and then just hitting into the back of Kyle Noyle there. The Stockport right wing-back giving away the free kick. It'd be interesting to see what John Mellish's fitness levels are like as well. He said the 3-game ban that he's back from for this. I know he'll be doing everything that he could in training to make sure that he's up to speed, but I suppose 3 games out, sort of a sense that he could lose that sort of competitive fitness, the match fitness.
Quite possibly, yeah, and he's played 90.9% of all the games for Carlisle this season, so it was a blow for him to be out for those final few matches of the campaign. I think he should still be okay ticking over. It's only a couple of weeks or so since the regular season ended, so I think certainly for the most part of this game he should be fine. The question mark would then be, if we are in for the long haul, extra time and penalties, does he have enough in the tank to continue? He's a hugely important player for Carlisle. He can play a variety of different positions, defence, midfield, even played up front in the past a couple of seasons ago, so they'll want to keep him out there for as long as possible.
Yeah, they will indeed, but there's a bit of defending to do now for Carlisle, because Stockport are being awarded a free kick down the right side, just in from the right touchline, but it's around 35-ish yards, maybe around then. It's a good opportunity to get good delivery into the box here and maybe try and give one of their teammates something to attack. They've loaded the box, got Isaac Olafay in there, looks a big character, horseful as well from the back. As this whipped in, left-footed high, oh dearie me. Trying to make that out to be a good delivery when he first kicked it, but that was absolutely awful. They seemed like they were going to whip it in with the right foot, changed at the last second and went with the left in a really snatched effort. And it's just over everybody's head and behind. The quality of delivery so far has not quite been there.
Yeah, it's not been great, has it? That's a wasted opportunity. Dave Challoner, the Stockport manager, just writing in his notebook now, maybe just reassessing who he has taken these set pieces after that latest delivery. But yeah, this needs to be a little bit more quality. A lot of these poor free kicks and corners we've seen so far have been overhit. And again, I mentioned it earlier on, it's probably just the adrenaline pumping through the veins of the respective players.
Yeah, as Thomas Holy has a good long ball upfield, actually, the Carlisle goalkeeper. Now it's just over halfway with the Cumbrians. They try to get something going. Oh, Gordon surely had his ankles taken away there, and he does. I think the referee just trying to allow the situation to go, see if there's any advantage to Carlisle. There wasn't. Now it's a chance for Carlisle to get something into the box. Their deliveries haven't been great. They've had a free kick and a corner so far, but both have been just really sort of overhit, too loopy, too much flight on them. What can they do from this one with the clock just about to tick over 16 minutes? Mention there. What can they do with the right foot in? They've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They've got about 7 players around the edge of the penalty area. That's where the defensive line is from Stockport, but the left arm goes up, delivered in. Again, a bit of flight on it, but the goalkeeper, well, it's a good take, but it's an easy take. He has been challenged then. Just seeing there, was it Joe Garner who's gone in for the aerial challenge with the keeper, and they've sort of collided slightly. Garner's back on his feet, the keeper's still down, but I think he'll be okay. But just too much flight on them, too much sort of a loopy delivery where it's easy for the keeper.
Yeah, that one was a little better than his first one, Moxon, but again, just a bit too much on it. And Joe Garner late with the challenge on Ben Hinchcliffe. I don't think he really needed to go into that challenge either. The Carlisle striker just leaving one in on the Stockport goalkeeper, who is okay. But yeah, again, it's just take a little bit off, take a couple of yards off that, and it's a really good delivery from Owen Moxon. But at the moment, he's just not quite getting his angles right.
Yeah, not found the range of yet, as Whelan's being pinged for another foul. It's a couple that he's made so far. Not struggling, but he's just been catching the eye of the referee now. And it's Madden again. I think he was very clever in his play. He knows how to sort of buy the free kicks, in quotation marks, that phrase is often used. But he's a very experienced and clever striker up there. Just over 17 minutes gone, still goalless at Wembley between Carlisle and Stockport. Stockport, I think, we're maybe going to try and take this free kick short and go out wide, but looks as if they're just going to play a long ball towards the edge of the penalty area, which is where there's a string of players lined up. 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 is one of them, sent up a few of the big guys from the back as well. It's just sort of diagonal out towards the right-hand side. It's an easy header away, though, and it's actually fallen now to McCalmont. McCalmont trying to hold it up, but just a little nudge on him, and it comes off his knees, goes out for a Stockport throw, and it just sort of maintains the little bit of pressure that Stockport have got on Carlisle at the moment. Throw taken by Noyle. Noyle gets it back. He's looking for options down the line then. Now maybe an opportunity. Oh, dearie me. Wright plays the ball down the line, and Noyle, he tries to do a little sort of Cruyff turn inside and actually just doesn't get there before the ball's gone out of play.
Yeah, what he tries is right, but I don't know how he's managed to let that run out of play right under the nose of the assistant referee as well. No complaints from Kyle Noyle, but that's, again, a little bit nervy, edgy, wasteful from a Stockport point of view on this occasion. They were in a good position, trying to build up a head of steam, and just that little bit of carelessness, and they surrender possession, and Carlisle can build from the back.
Can indeed, as Thomas Holy just puts the ball down, plays a long, huge boot downfield with the right foot there, and trying to battle away for this one is Garner with Wright. Wright sort of gets half something on it, then it's cleared away by a teammate. Oh, dear me. It's cleared all the way into Carlisle's half, and then John Mellish, I just don't think he got a call because there was no one around him, but just stoops with a header and nods it out for a throw. Gives the throw to Stockport. Possession back in Carlisle's half. It just needs a bit more communication. Stockport coming forward down now. Right ball low into the penalty area. Maybe a chance here for 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. And then he falls over at the crucial moment. It comes a low ball in from the right-hand side. It sort of bobbles up slightly when it gets towards him. Looks like he's wrestled away from his marker, Paul Huntington. And you think, right, now hit it with the right foot. And I think he just loses his footing because he tries to swivel with the right foot. It's actually Corey Whelan who's got in there. I just think Whelan has just sort of led into him slightly, and he's done well.
Yeah, it's the same coming together we saw earlier, where there was a slight tug from Whelan on the back of 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰's shirt. On this occasion, as you say, I think Whelan just uses his body, his strength, just to ease 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰, who was off balance away from the ball, and he couldn't get any contact on it. It was actually decent defending in the end from Whelan, but further signs of encouragement for Stockport coming forward. They're not creating an awful lot as of yet, but they're certainly looking the more dangerous of the two sides.
Yeah, just working a few little 1-2s. They saw a couple down the left early on and now one down the right, so maybe a few warning signs for Carlisle as Stockport again do their defensive workhorse for this time, chesting and then just launching a long ball downfield, and it's going to be picked up by 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 as Carlisle didn't deal with it. They let it bounce. 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 has it. Good foot comes in though, and now Carlisle have it back. It's trying to bring it forward with Moxon. Moxon trying to find Garner, who's come very deep to try and hold this one. Now there's a bit of a scramble as Garner then is hauled down by Noyle on the floor, and that'll be a free kick to Carlisle. I mean, it's not been pretty at the moment, but That was good, determined, sort of. It's like a little Rottweiler there, is Joe Garner, not giving up.
It's what he does. He's an absolute nuisance up front. He's probably guilty of giving away half a dozen fouls a game, but also winning half a dozen fouls. He doesn't give up. He works hard, and he's got his side out of a sticky situation there inside their own half. Now they've got a free kick. It's what he does. It's not necessarily the prettiest on the eye, but on that occasion certainly it was effective for Carlisle.
Effective, and it's a chance for them just to sort of pump one down as well from the free kick. The free kick's just inside their own half, so it's a long way, but they're going to do exactly that, sort of a left-footed diagonalish ball towards the edge of the box. Garner wins his header, into the box it goes, but just too much loop on that one, and it allows Ben Hinchcliffe the time to come off his line and pluck it out of the air, unchallenged really. And well, they've done this a few times, Stockport. They don't like Hinchcliffe trying to distribute the ball out. They drop it towards Horsfall, who's pretty much next to him every time.
Yeah, and again, it's more the style from Stockport. They do want to try and play out from the back, but it is notable that Ben Hinchcliffe isn't really kicking the ball anywhere near long, and they're just trying to drop it down to Horsfall to start the play. It's been effective enough so far. Hinchcliffe hasn't had really anything to do other than claim a few crosses into the box. You can say the same about Thomas Holy at the other end, in fairness, but it just feels like there might be a little bit more nerves around in the Carlisle penalty area, because Stockport have had a lot more of the ball in offensive areas. The only time Carlisle have really looked to get into the Stockport penalty area is when they win free kicks, like they've just been able to do once again through Joe Garner.
Yeah, it was Garner. I mean, again, Stockport allowed the ball to bounce inside their own half, and Garner comes in with the head, and then Crossdale has a little pull of the shirt. You know, Garner's got the wrong side of him. Yeah, it's a free kick. I don't really know what Crossdale was arguing about. I think he was saying maybe the foot was coming in high from Garner, but no suggestions there from me looking at the replays to suggest that. So it's a chance for this free kick. We'll see this free kick out, and then we'll pass over to Tom to take us through to half-time, as we're just hitting the midway point now. But chance for this ball to go in the box. They sort of loaded the middle and left side of the box at the minute, is where everyone's standing, and it's a good delivery in this time, and the header, oh, it's a great save by Hinchcliffe at his near post, one you'd expect him to make. He dives to his right hand side, he gets both hands on it. It's Joe Garner who is the player who has the effort. It's a really, really smart save by the keeper. Yeah, full stretch actually to the right-hand side. I give more credit to Hinchcliffe than I initially did.
Yeah, you can tell by Joe Garner's reaction. He thinks when it comes off his head, he's scoring. It's a really clean header from Garner, fully 15, 16 yards out, and draws the first save of the match from either keeper. And just a reference to the delivery as well. Much better from Owen Moxon, a flatter trajectory that took it out, well, took a couple of defenders out and gave Garner the opportunity.
There's a bit more pace, wasn't there? A right-footed corner comes in from the same player. Good-looking one as well towards the near post, headed up and away towards the edge of the box. Then it's volley clear, but Carlisle will try and pick up the scraps if they can. Oh, but then they've given it away. Now maybe a chance for a counter for Stockport as 𝓣𝓱𝓪𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. Oh, it's a brilliant recovering challenge. Oh, and the referee's going to give a free kick, and the first yellow card of the game will come out here. It's John Mellish who has gone in the book. I have to say, I thought it was a superb challenge from Mellish, but maybe he's come from behind in the side slightly. But yellow card given, free kick to Stockport just inside their own half, 0-0, and Tom will take you through to half-time.
Yeah, thank you very much. Mellish was battling to get back, and he's tackling from behind on 𝓣𝓱𝓪𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. It's one of those you have to get absolutely right, and maybe he gets a bit of man and ball at the same time. You can argue he's a little bit unlucky, but that's always the risk you take when you're diving in that kind of situation. Possibly not a bad yellow card to pick up in the grand scheme of things either for Mellish, because Stockport were looking to break forward. 𝓣𝓱𝓪𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 had plenty of support in blue. But the first yellow card of the game goes the way of the Carlisle defender, as Moxon plays the ball forward for the Cumbrians into the feet of Alfie McCalmont, 10-15 yards or so inside his own half. He finds Corey Whelan, who now brings it over halfway, supported by Joel Senior. Flicks the ball forward, looking towards Kimani Gordon. Doesn't quite find the intended target, but Carlisle will be able to recycle with a throw-in on halfway. The camera pans to John Mellish once again. He still can't believe he's picked up a yellow card. He needs to forget about that. He can't focus on what he can't control now. It's already happened. He's a player that's just back from a suspension, so he needs to keep a cool head.
He does, and yeah, like I said, you can't dwell on what's happened there. The foul's given, you got the yellow card, so just deal with it really. But the fact is, when you look at it again, he slides in from the back and slightly to the other side, and he doesn't touch any of the ball. He hits the side of the knee of 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓰 first, so that obviously, the referee sees the contact on the leg first, no then sort of touch of the ball at all, and it's a counter-attack as well for Stockport that they're on. They're just about to come over halfway, so all aspects of it really pointed towards the yellow.
We're just having a drinks break now due to the hot conditions this bank holiday weekend. It's given an opportunity for Paul Simpson, the Carlisle manager, and Dave Challoner, the Stockport boss, to get some words of wisdom onto the respective players. Interesting side note in this game as well. Jake Simpson, who is the son of Paul Simpson, the Carlisle manager, is head of performance at Stockport County, so there's a family feel to today's game. One half of the Simpson household is going to be really happy this evening, the other half is going to be bitterly disappointed. And another side note, the cameras pan to Ben Barclay, on loan at Carlisle from Stockport, scored the game-clinching goal in the playoff semi-final against Bradford 8 days ago, but he can't be involved today because it's against his parent club, and who knows what's going through his mind in terms of what he wants to happen in the outcome.
Win-win for him, isn't it, for Barclay?
Yeah.
Because if Carlisle go up, then Carlisle might sign him permanently, and if Stockport go up, then they've got him. He can't really lose, I don't think, Ben Barclay.
No, and he definitely would have been starting this game, you'd imagine, as the right centre-back, Barclay, had he been available. But he's having to watch on nervously like so many others at Wembley Stadium this afternoon. It's Carlisle 0, Stockport 0. We'll bring you unofficial, independent, off-tube studio commentary of this League 2 playoff final. Joe Garner's header a few minutes ago, the closest either side has come to breaking the deadlock so far, as play now will resume with the throw into Carlisle on the halfway line. Senior down the line. Garner beaten in the air by Hussey. It comes to 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓰, who will lay it off now to Ryan Crossdale in the middle of the park, and Stockport might have an opportunity to break forward. Camps surrounded by both Moxon and Armour, but he's got away from both of them. Callum Camps breaking towards the penalty area, finds Madden on the edge of the box. He tries to play it in behind for Noyle. The ball ricochets to 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓰, and eventually the shot on the volley. Took that very quickly, had to really. It came at him fast, Ryan Crossdale, but it goes well wide of the target.
Just feels like Stockport getting sucked into trying to play or trying to score the perfect goal. No one's just having an effort. That ball comes to Madden, you may just think, hit it with the right foot first time, try and just wrap your foot around it when it comes towards you and just get something on target. It's if when they get into the positions that they think, well, let's not waste this because we're not sure when the next one might come, so it's let's try and keep hold of it, maybe overplay it too much, where you just think sometimes get a shot at the keepers, because Thomas Holy and also Ben Hinchcliffe on the other end, they'll be nervous as well. They won't want to make an error, and I just think, really, if you can get sight of a goal, maybe just have a go.
𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓰 there challenging with Huntington, and belatedly, I think the free kick has gone Carlisle's way. It looked for a moment and Huntington was on the floor, and 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓰 might have had a chance to break forward. There's been quite a few physical battles so far, and I don't think, although he was complaining, that 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓰 can have too many complaints about that one.
Does just jump into the side of Huntington, doesn't he? He's slightly later into the aerial challenge, so Huntington jumps up and 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓰 just comes across, jumps into the side of him. Yeah, it's rightly, I think, a free kick there.
Isaac 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓰, who scored an important goal for Stockport in their playoff semi-final victory, eventually on penalties, that against Salford. As the resulting Carlisle free kick breaks the way of Joe Garner. They're battling to keep hold of it, Carlisle, on the edge of the Stockport penalty area, but it will eventually be cleared down the line by Ryan Rydell. Nearly at the half an hour mark in this game, still awaiting the deadlock to be broken. It's very delicately poised. All the previews and predictions coming into this playoff final was that it was going to be very tight and difficult to call. A lot of people predicting extra time and penalties, perhaps. They drew just a month ago in the league at Brunton Park 2 apiece. They both narrowly missed out on automatic promotion in the end. Joel Senior for Carlisle, breaking down the right-hand side. He's got the better of his man there. Hussey gets across into the box. It flashes beyond both Gordon and Jack Armour, who was breaking in. I think the referee's assistant has raised his flag, maybe for an offside. Maybe the ball had gone out of play when Senior looked to cross that in. But it was certainly a dangerous ball, and one that the Carlisle front players were looking to get on the end of.
Yeah, it was... Ooh, tell you what, it's hard to tell. I think it's maybe just gone over the line, but really good ball in. I mean, Stockport have probably seen more possession in this game, but haven't done a lot with it. When Carlisle actually have the ball and they get into the dangerous areas, they actually put in some decent delivery. So you know, for a side that's not seen as much ball, they're actually probably looking slightly more dangerous.
Yeah, there's a bit more fizz when they get it. They want to get it forward quickly and try and make something happen with a cross into the box, or at least trying to get a shot towards goal, where it's a bit more methodical from Stockport, and they haven't quite been able to get a decent effort towards Thomas Holy's goal so far. They're in possession again. County looking for their second successive promotion after winning the National League title last season. Chris Hussey, vastly experienced at this level, drifting a ball into the box, but that one is too close to the 6'7" frame of Thomas Holy, and he can comfortably claim unopposed. Hussey looks to the heavens as he works his way back into his defensive position. Both sides playing a 3-5-2 formation as well, so there's an element of cancelling each other out at this moment in time. Holy will send a long kick forward again, further evidence of the more direct style that Carlisle operate with, although his clearance just got caught in the wind and Carlisle are now forced backwards into their own half. Mellish will send a left-footed ball down the channel. Crowsdale beats McCalmont to it, and Alfie McCalmont has been penalised by the referee. Free kick to Stockport, 5 yards or so inside the Carlisle half. And yeah, there's not too much flow at the moment. There's lots of little niggling free kicks being given away, and that's disrupting the general play.
Yeah, it's a bit scrappy between both sides. There's not, I think both midfields, the middle of the park especially, no one's really taking control. It's very, both sets of defenders get it, and it's launch it up to the forwards and then try and get the midfield support, and so maybe just need to work it through the lines a little bit more.
Horsfall with the latest long ball forward for Stockport, headed clear by Armour, helped back into the penalty area, and Isaac Olafay did get his head to it, but he can only loop it into the air under pressure from Paul Huntington, and it lands into the grateful gloves of Thomas Holy. Christian Dennis sitting on the Carlisle bench today, 20 goals this season for him, but it kind of dried up towards the end of the regular season. He was an unused substitute in the second leg against Bradford. They'll be hoping to have some kind of involvement this afternoon as he watches on, as will all these substitutes for the two teams. Potentially the hero of the day is yet to enter the piece for either side, as Jack Armour with the throw-in for Carlisle down the line, flicked on, and it'll break back towards John Mellish, who'll just help it up towards the corner of the Stockport penalty area. Horsfall clears more up than out. The ball eventually ricochets up towards the halfway line, where again there's a free kick given away. Olafay and Paul Huntington are enjoying a bit of a battle at the moment. We mentioned Joe Garner getting involved in a battle at the other end, but Olafay, the second time in the space of a couple of minutes, fouling the Carlisle centre-back.
Yeah, I mean, it's good defending from Carlisle in terms of whenever the ball gets played up to Olafay, they're straight into him, you know, they're trying to nip in and get the ball away and just sort of put their body into them. I think if Olafay's a bit sharper, then he could maybe work better with that.
Ball cross in there from Callum Guy. It's blocked by Paddy Madden on the edge of his own penalty area. Not like he might squirm behind for a corner, but Ben Hinchcliffe is able to prevent that, and he's quickly distributed a lovely ball forward towards Ryan Rydell, who couldn't quite take it in his stride. Senior made sure of that, and then Crowsdale stopped Senior breaking over the halfway line for Carlisle, so it'll be a throw-in to the Cumbrians down their right-hand side as we approach the final 10 minutes or so of this first half. We will get a little bit of stoppage time at the end of this first period with the drinks break we had at the midway point. Corey Whelan with his throw down the line for Carlisle, headed clear by Hussey. Madden then with a little layoff into Crowsdale, who will try and release Olafay down the Stockport right. He's held up by John Mellish, but he's got an opportunity. Olafay, as he makes sway into the penalty area, cross deflects off Mellish, and loops into the back of the net. Isaac Olafay takes the plaudits. He celebrates with his Stockport teammates, but I think that will go down as a John Mellish own goal. It deflects off the foot of the Carlisle defender, loops over Thomas Holy into the back of the net. It's an unfortunate goal from a Carlisle point of view to concede, but Stockport and Isaac Olafay will not care.
They won't care, and so unfortunate. I mean, Thomas Holy, you mentioned before how tall he is, but he just can't get anywhere near this one. Very, very unfortunate from the Carlisle perspective, but for Stockport, you know, they worked it quite well. You know, they were quick, but they won those little individual battles when they brought it forward, and you just thought there was an area of danger when Olafay got it, and he got a one-on-one against his man as well, but he just goes down the line. I mean, there's just nowhere else that could go in about exactly where it went. I mean, it just comes off the inside of the left boot of Mellish and over the goalkeeper and into the back of the net. I mean, how's your luck? It's good for Stockport, but it's not for Carlisle.
Yeah, there's nothing that Thomas Holy can do about that. Maybe John Mellish should be getting a little bit tighter initially and not allowing Olafay to drift into the penalty area, but it was positive play from the striker as well. He's been busy in this game so far, and takes a chance, whips the ball into the box, and I mean, they usually say if you don't shoot, you don't score, but on this occasion, you don't cross, you don't score, and Olafay and Stockport, as I mentioned, will not care how that ball's ended up in the back of the net. In a playoff final, it really does not matter, as long as you're on the winning team at the end of things, and they're coming forward again. Stockport, Noyle breaking into the penalty area, and it's a last-ditch challenge there from Callum Guy coming across to turn it behind for a corner. Stockport with the bit between their teeth. This could be a really pivotal few minutes in this playoff final. Carlisle looking to hang on in there. Stockport perhaps sensing that their opponent is wounded and they can maybe get a second goal, which would be huge in the context of the afternoon. There's Olafay wrestling with Callum Guy inside the 6-yard box. The referee has spotted that and is going to have a word with the duo. I never really understand why the referee needs to pull them out and have a big conversation for everyone to see. Just tell them to stop pushing. But he has had a more definitive word with the pair, and now the corner will be belatedly whipped into the box. Although, again, there's a delay. The assistant is stopping the corner take. I think it's Rydell from sending this ball into the area. It will be a left-footed in-swinging delivery, hung towards the far post, should be Thomas Holy's, and is, and the Carlisle goalkeeper quickly tries to get Gordon away. That's a really, really important interception from Ryan Croasdale. It's helped forward now towards Paddy Madden for Stockport. Carlisle struggling to clear their line. Senior slips, the ball ricochets off McCalmont, and there's a pretty wild strike from fully 25-30 yards out that ends up flashing well wide of the target, but almost there. Thomas Holy looking to almost quarterback the ball forward and get Gordon away.
Yeah, really.
Delivers a cross into the box. It ricochets to the edge of the area. Guy strikes towards goal. He certainly caught that with plenty of thunder. Scorer in that second leg victory over Bradford, but that effort was blocked. Guy now having to recycle possession on halfway with the help of Whelan, who sends a percentage ball down the channel. Hussey's touch is good, and he'll send it back from where it came onto the head of Corey Whelan. Guy then looking to flick it on, but it breaks the way of Madden, and referee's playing an advantage. Stockport looking to come forward. Rydell held up by Joel Senior. In a crossing position though, Ryan Rydell, and this time the deflection off a Carlisle defender goes behind for a corner rather than looping into the back of the net.
Yeah, a bit further out this one as well, outside the area, but it was tighter from the defender. And Sanchez from a set piece from Stockport, who, since getting the opening goal, of just trying to turn up the heat a little bit, put up another notch on Carlisle, and I think if they can grab a second for half time, it's a long, long way for Carlisle to come back. I think it's just crucial at the moment for the Cumbrians that they stay in it 1-0, they get to the break.
Yeah, it certainly feels, I mentioned it a couple of minutes ago, like it is a pivotal 5 or 10 minutes or so in this tie as Noyle whips the corner towards the far post. No takers in blue there. Wasn't the worst delivery. Owen Moxon's able to bring it down, take 2 or 3 touches, then Cruyff turn his way out of the penalty area. Really good play from Moxon up towards halfway. Good battling back though. From a Stockport point of view, Hussey fighting for it, and Sarcevic as well. Sarcevic now lifting the ball into the box, and Corey Whelan with some cool, calm defending just nods it back to his goalkeeper.
Yeah, for a moment you thought as he headed it past his goalkeeper there, as Stockport might actually have an injury at the moment there. It was, Moxon's gone down as well actually. I mean, Moxon did really well, but fortunately, he was just trying to do too much in terms of run it out from his own penalty area, but he needed support, didn't get it. I think Moxon is back up on the feet, but is that Chris Hussey who's down for Stockport? I'm not quite sure. I have to wait and see who it is on the ground, but he was the one who was tracking back Moxon to start with.
Yeah, I think it might be Sarcevic who's gone down, the number 10. Yeah, it is. Stockport certainly wouldn't want to lose him. really experienced head in the middle of the park. The trainer has come on, but as soon as he came on, 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓷 got back to his feet. So he didn't want the treatment. It doesn't look like, but he's going to have to go off to come back on now because the trainer has come onto the field. Again, we've got I think this is an impromptu drinks break rather than a scheduled one. Paul Simpson, again, just getting some words on to his Carlisle players. Vastly experienced manager, was the England under-20 coach that won the World Cup back in 2017. So he's been around, seen it all, twice guided Carlisle to promotions, including from this division as champions back in 2006. And he has a pretty poor record at Wembley, though, as I say that. 4 games previously as a player and a manager, and he's lost all 4 of those. So when your team's 1-0 down, Carlisle supporters probably won't want to see that.
No, they won't. Not the greatest record for Simpson, unfortunately. But I mean, at the moment, I don't know whether he just thinks half-time has he seen enough from his side in this first 45 to suggest they can, create. Probably not enough, really. They've had the one chance from the set piece, from the free kick, and it was a good header from Garner and a good save by Hinchcliffe. But maybe he thinks, do I change up the formation? Do I, or just bring new personnel on? I mean, McCalmont's not really doing a great deal, is he, in terms of he's shown up a couple of times. But if you're in that number 10 role, which he seems to be, you need to then sort of have your attention to go forward and try and pick out passes, but he's not doing that. He seems to be picking it up and just running back towards halfway or just giving short passes either side. If you're in that number 10 role, you've got to be the one who is creating something.
Yeah, he's the link between midfield and attack, and there isn't really a link there at the moment. But Stockport will be pretty content with how things have been going for them, despite Ben Hinchcliffe there just slicing his clearance out of play. It's a Carlisle throw. 20 yards or so inside the Stockport half. 20 yards and growing, actually, because Jack Armour certainly stealing a few yards down that left-hand channel before we look to lift this, send this throw towards Joe Garner on the corner of the box. He nods it down. It's cleared away by 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓷, who has seemingly recovered from that knock he picked up, as has Moxon. 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓷𝓷 again there, lifting the ball down the channel. Might have been caught there, actually, as he was clearing, and I think the referee is going to bring that back for a free kick. It's Croasdale, actually, who's gone down. McCalmont, the man guilty of just dangling a lazy leg to stop the Stockport player in his tracks. He's pleading his innocence to the referee, but free kick has been given. Just the 1 yellow card in the game so far. John Mellish picking that one up. Not really been his 45 minutes, has it? For an own goal and a yellow card against his name. Ben Hinchcliffe coming out of his goal, almost up towards the halfway line, to take this free kick for Stockport. 2.5 minutes plus stoppage time to play at the end of the first half. Carlisle 0, Stockport 1 in this League 2 playoff final. Hinchcliffe will send the ball up towards the Carlisle penalty area. Delivery looking for Paddy Madden. Flicks off the head of Whelan. Breaks the way of Callum Guy for Carlisle. Whelan once more will try and clear down the channel. Madden makes sure he can't get any real inroads forward. Deflect out of play for a throw-in to Carlisle deep inside their own defensive third. And you just get the sense that Stockport, they don't want half-time. They've sensed that they're on top, and Carlisle probably need it just to regroup.
Yep, yeah, definitely. I think Carlisle need a switch of plans, maybe, or a bit of a refocus, or just words of wisdom from Simpson. He might change one personnel maybe at the break, but say or just say you got 10, 15 minutes maybe in the second half, maybe 10 to see if they can have any sort of response. If not, then he's probably got his other options, his other sort of formation tweaks if he wants to try and change things up.
Yeah, he tends to change his strikers after about an hour in any games. Paul Simpson, Ryan Edmondson and Mari Patrick probably the likely two to come on, although as we mentioned earlier on, Christian Dennis also an option, the 20-goal striker. Stockport looking to come forward. 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓷 goes down in the penalty area. Half-hearted appeal only from him towards the referee for a penalty. It was Mellish who put the challenge in. Carlisle scrambled it clear, but it's picked up by Horsfall on the halfway line, who flicks it to Chris Hussey. Hussey with a bit of grass to run into down the left-hand side. He's got the support of Rydell. Heavy touch from him almost invites the challenge from Senior, who presses Ryan Rydell back towards the halfway line, and then there's a slip from Horsfall, and Senior's picked it up. He's away from Horsfall. Joel Senior breaking forward. He's got Gordon in support. Senior for Carlisle tries to square it. What a challenge from McKeel Wright coming across the last line of the Stockport County defence, and you could argue that is a goal-saving challenge.
What a challenge that is, but what an opportunity for Carlisle. There was just maybe a couple touches just before he gets in the box, or at least one of them to take it in, is just where Senior allows Wright to come across and put a challenge in. It's that one where the last touch just brings it into the area, and that makes Wright's decision up. He thinks, right, I'm coming over and I am trying to take out this ball, or at least get the block in. It's superb from the defender, but what a chance for Carlisle to get back on level terms, or at least get something of a noteworthy shot at Hinchcliffe.
Yeah, it's a real opportunity. 𝓲𝓲𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓲𝓷 will be breathing a huge sigh of relief. His mistake, his slip, led to that chance to break forward. Carlisle perhaps ruining that it was their right wing-back Senior breaking through rather than one of their more attack-minded players as we tick into 4 minutes of stoppage time at the end of the first half. It's a throw rather than a corner. Senior launches the ball into the box. It's headed goalwards by Moxon. I think saw that late with a couple of bodies jumping in front of him, and he couldn't divert the header on target. Senior's long throw, though, causing 1 or 2 problems. Looped into the penalty area. But there's a sign of encouragement there from Carlisle, because although the opportunity came from a slip from Horsfall for Stockport, it's the first time they've actually looked like creating anything from open play.
Yeah, and it was a slip, but it's a slip that was probably sort of, was half made because there was a bit of press. There was press from Carlisle. The Senior there, wasn't allowing Stockport to just have time on the ball. He was running up to him there, stopping him from going the easy pass, and then that's when he slips over. Needs to be a bit more of that. I think they need to press as one, Carlisle.
Was Gordon nicks away from Hussey, and there might be a chance now for John Kimani. Gordon, he's away from Ackhill. Right, Gordon for Carlisle, fires left-footed over the top of the crossbar. He was just off balance as he got into the penalty area. A couple of defenders getting back, potentially putting him off. Paul Simpson gives the on-loan Crystal Palace forward a huge round of applause. It's the first sighter he's really had in this match, and he just lost his composure at the vital moment.
He did, but again, it's press. It's pressure from Carlisle. Stockport didn't know whether to go and get the loose ball, and it ends up that Gordon gets there first. But yeah, just when you need that little bit of composure, gets into the box, he just slashes at it really with the left foot and slices it well wide of the goal. And great opportunity. 2 really, really good opportunities for Carlisle, and could have been 1-1 at the break.
Yeah, we were saying they were wanting half-time, Carlisle, but perhaps not now, as they're beginning to find their feet once again. Stockport, though, still leading this playoff final by a 1-0. That John Mellish own goal, the difference between the two sides, as Gordon suddenly coming alive, does really well to keep that in play down the Carlisle left. He's being marshalled by Crowsdale, but turns initially away from him. Then there's a really good challenge from Crowsdale, who's done some really good work in this first half for Stockport. The game has bypassed a lot of the midfielders on show for both sides, but in front of that back three for Stockport, a lot of the unsung work that goes unnoticed, he's doing it really well.
Yeah, he's doing it well there. It's, Gordon initially for Carlisle down the left, but then that was a good bit of defensive work for Stockport to get it away. I mean, absolute gold dust that you give for a creative playmaker in this game, because they would just dominate, wouldn't they? If you had someone that could pull the strings and pick out a pass, thread it through ball, I mean, they'd be laughing.
Yeah, a little bit of a pushing and shoving going on between the two number 3s, Armour and Noyle over on the far side. Yeah, free kick, I think, to Carlisle. We're into the final minute of the 4 minutes that were allocated for stoppages at the end of this first half, as the ball forward from Armour, bouncing around around the halfway line, eventually headed out of play by Moxon. We're throwing to Stockport, just in front of the two respective technical areas. Paul Simpson patrolling the edge of his technical area, but Dave Challoner a bit more relaxed, sitting on a Marcelo Bielsa-style bucket on the side as he dishes out 1 or 2 orders towards his Stockport players. As Paul Huntington clears for Carlisle up towards Joe Garner, who's beaten in the air by the man we were just praising, Ryan Crowsdale. Now it's with Rydell for Stockport. Angled ball from left to right. Noyle does well actually to head it down, but no one in blue was near enough to him, and John Mellish can clear up towards John Kimani Gordon, who puts the pressure on Ackhill Wright and wins a throw-in for his team. Is there time to take it? The eyes panning towards the referee. Carlisle have for sure, and they've got a long throw in their locker with Senior. Armour, not quite as long, I don't think, but may look to just hurl this into the box for one last potential opportunity before the half-time break. Armour instead goes short to Moxon, and then the referee blows the half-time whistle, so he may as well have launched it into the penalty area, but it's advantage Stockport at the break in this League 2 playoff semi-final. An own goal from John Mellish, the difference between the two sides after good work by Isaac Olafay down the right-hand side. So at the break, it is Carlisle 0, Stockport 1.
Melish's left foot and loops over the goalkeeper. Very unfortunate for Carlisle, but Stockport won't care. Carlisle have had their chances though. Garner with a header which was saved well by Hinchcliffe, and Senior breaking through late on. His attempted cross was blocked well, and Gordon slicing wide when he got in the box. Half time, it's 0-1. Half-time in the League 2 Play Off Final, and it's Carlisle United 0, Stockport County 1. County 45 minutes away from reaching League 1. The only goal so far coming on the 34th minute. It was Isaac Olafay breaking into the box, and he goes for a cross. He hits off the inside of Melish's left foot and loops over the goalkeeper. Very unfortunate for Carlisle, but Stockport won't care. Carlisle have had their chances though. Garner with a header which was saved well by Hinchcliffe, and Senior breaking through late on. His attempted cross was blocked well, and Gordon slicing wide when he got in the box. Half-time, it's 0-1. Half-time in the League 2 Play Off Final, and it's Carlisle United 0, Stockport County 1. County 45 minutes away from reaching League 1. The only goal so far coming on the 34th minute. It was Isaac Olafay breaking into the box, and he goes for a cross. He hits off the inside of Melish's left foot and loops over the goalkeeper. Very unfortunate for Carlisle, but Stockport won't care. Carlisle have had their chances though. Garner with a header which was saved well by Hinchcliffe, and Senior breaking through late on. His attempted cross was blocked well, and Gordon slicing wide when he got in the box. Half-time, it's 0-1. Half-time in the League 2 Play Off Final, and it's Carlisle United 0, Stockport County 1. County 45 minutes away from reaching League 1. The only goal so far coming on the 34th minute. It was Isaac Olafay breaking into the box, and he goes for a cross. He hits off the inside of Melish's left foot and loops over the goalkeeper. Very unfortunate for Carlisle, but Stockport won't care. Carlisle have had their chances though. Garner with a header which was saved well by Hinchcliffe, and Senior breaking through late on. His attempted cross was blocked well, and Gordon slicing wide when he got in the box. Half-time, it's 0-1. Half-time in the League 2 Play Off Final, and it's Carlisle United 0, Stockport County 1. County 45 minutes away from reaching League 1. The only goal so far coming on the 34th minute. It was Isaac Olafay breaking into the box, and he goes for a cross. He hits off the inside of Melish's left foot and loops over the goalkeeper. Very unfortunate for Carlisle, but Stockport won't care. Carlisle have had their chances though. Garner with a header which was saved well by Hinchcliffe, and Senior breaking through late on. His attempted cross was blocked well, and Gordon slicing wide when he got in the box. Half-time, it's 0-1. Half-time in the League 2 Play Off Final, and it's Carlisle United 0, Stockport County 1. County 45 minutes away from reaching League 1. The only goal so far coming on the 34th minute. It was Isaac Olafay breaking into the box, and he goes for a cross. He hits off the inside of Melish's left foot and loops over the goalkeeper. Very unfortunate for Carlisle, but Stockport won't care. Carlisle have had their chances though. Garner with a header which was saved well by Hinchcliffe, and Senior breaking through late on. His attempted cross was blocked well, and Gordon slicing wide when he got in the box. Half-time, it's 0-1. Half-time in the League Two Playoff Final, and it's Carlisle United 0, Stockport County 1. County 45 minutes away from reaching League One. The only goal so far coming on the 34th minute. It was Isaac Olafay breaking into the box, and he goes for a cross. He hits off the inside of Mellish's left foot and loops over the goalkeeper. Very unfortunate for Carlisle, but Stockport won't care. Carlisle have had their chances though. Garner with a header which was saved well by Hinchcliffe, and Senior breaking through late on. His attempted cross was blocked well, and Gordon slicing wide when he got in the box. Half-time, it's 0-1. Half-time in the League Two Playoff Final, and it's Carlisle United 0, Stockport County 1. County 45 minutes away from reaching League One. The only goal so far coming on the 34th minute. It was Isaac Olafay breaking into the box, and he goes for a cross. He hits off the inside of Mellish's left foot and loops over the goalkeeper. Very unfortunate for Carlisle, but Stockport won't care. Carlisle have had their chances though. Garner with a header which was saved well by Hinchcliffe, and Senior breaking through late on. His attempted cross was blocked well, and Gordon slicing wide when he got in the box. Half-time, it's 0-1. Half-time in the League Two Playoff Final, and it's Carlisle United 0, Stockport County 1. County 45 minutes away from reaching League One. The only goal so far coming on the 34th minute. It was Isaac Olafay breaking into the box, and he goes for a cross. He hits off the inside of Mellish's left foot and loops over the goalkeeper. Very unfortunate for Carlisle, but Stockport won't care. Carlisle have had their chances though. Garner with a header which was saved well by Hinchcliffe, and Senior breaking through late on. His attempted cross was blocked well, and Gordon slicing wide when he got in the box. Half-time, it's 0-1. Half-time in the League Two Playoff Final, and it's Carlisle United 0, Stockport County 1. County 45 minutes away from reaching League One. The only goal so far coming on the 34th minute. It was Isaac Olafay breaking into the box, and he goes for a cross. He hits off the inside of Mellish's left foot and loops over the goalkeeper. Very unfortunate for Carlisle, but Stockport won't care. Carlisle have had their chances though. Garner with a header which was saved well by Hinchcliffe, and Senior breaking through late on. His attempted cross was blocked well, and Gordon slicing wide when he got in the box. Half-time, it's 0-1. Half-time in the League Two Playoff Final, and it's Carlisle United 0, Stockport County 1. County 45 minutes away from reaching League One. The only goal so far coming on the 34th minute. It was Isaac Olafay breaking into the box, and he goes for a cross. He hits off the inside of Mellish's left foot and loops over the goalkeeper. Very unfortunate for Carlisle, but Stockport won't care. Carlisle have had their chances though. Garner with a header which was saved well by Hinchcliffe, and Senior breaking through late on. His attempted cross was blocked well, and Gordon slicing wide when he got in the box. Half-time, it's 0-1. Half-time in the League Two Playoff Final, and it's Carlisle United 0, Stockport County 1. County 45 minutes away from reaching League One. The only goal so far coming on the 34th minute. It was Isaac Olafay breaking into the box, and he goes for a cross. He hits off the inside of Mellish's left foot and loops over the goalkeeper. Very unfortunate for Carlisle, but Stockport won't care. Carlisle have had their chances though. Garner with a header which was saved well by Hinchcliffe, and Senior breaking through late on. His attempted cross was blocked well, and Gordon slicing wide when he got in the box. Half-time, it's 0-1. Half-time in the League Two Playoff Final, and it's Carlisle United 0, Stockport County 1. County 45 minutes away from reaching League One. The only goal so far coming on the 34th minute. It was Isaac Olafay breaking into the box, and he goes for a cross. He hits off the inside of Mellish's left foot and loops over the goalkeeper. Very unfortunate for Carlisle, but Stockport won't care. Carlisle have had their chances though. Garner with a header which was saved well by Hinchcliffe, and Senior breaking through late on. His attempted cross was blocked well, and Gordon slicing wide when he got in the box. Half-time, it's 0-1. Half-time in the League Two Playoff Final, and it's Carlisle United 0, Stockport County 1. County 45 minutes away from reaching League One. The only goal so far coming on the 34th minute. It was Isaac Olafay breaking into the box, and he goes for a cross. He hits off the inside of Mellish's left foot and loops over the goalkeeper. Very unfortunate for Carlisle, but Stockport won't care. Carlisle have had their chances though. Garner with a header which was saved well by Hinchcliffe, and Senior breaking through late on. His attempted cross was blocked well, and Gordon slicing wide when he got in the box. Half-time, it's 0-1. Half-time in the League Two Playoff Final, and it's Carlisle United 0, Stockport County 1. County 45 minutes away from reaching League One. The only goal so far coming on the 34th minute. It was Isaac Olafay breaking into the box, and he goes for a cross. He hits off the inside of Mellish's left foot and loops over the goalkeeper. Very unfortunate for Carlisle, but Stockport won't care. Carlisle have had their chances though. Garner with a header which was saved well by Hinchcliffe, and Senior breaking through late on. His attempted cross was blocked well, and Gordon slicing wide when he got in the box. Half-time, it's 0-1. Half-time in the League Two Playoff Final, and it's Carlisle United 0, Stockport County 1. County 45 minutes away from reaching League One. The only goal so far coming on the 34th minute. It was Isaac Olafay breaking into the box, and he goes for a cross. He hits off the inside of Mellish's left foot and loops over the goalkeeper. Very unfortunate for Carlisle, but Stockport won't care. Carlisle have had their chances though. Garner with a header which was saved well by Hinchcliffe, and Senior breaking through late on. His attempted cross was blocked well, and Gordon slicing wide when he got in the box. Half-time, it's 0-1. Half-time in the League Two Play Off Final, and it's Carlisle United 0, Stockport County 1. County 45 minutes away from reaching League One. The only goal so far coming on the 34th minute. It was Isaac Olafay breaking into the box, and he goes for a cross. He hits off the inside of 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 left foot and loops over the goalkeeper. Very unfortunate for Carlisle, but Stockport won't care. Carlisle have had their chances though. Garner with a header which was saved well by Hinchcliffe, and Senior breaking through late on. His attempted cross was blocked well, and Gordon slicing wide when he got in the box. Half-time, it's 0-1. Half-time in the League Two Play Off Final, and it's Carlisle United 0, Stockport County 1. County 45 minutes away from reaching League One. The only goal so far coming on the 34th minute. It was Isaac Olafay breaking into the box, and he goes for a cross. He hits off the inside of 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 left foot and loops over the goalkeeper. Very unfortunate for Carlisle, but Stockport won't care. Carlisle have had their chances though. Garner with a header which was saved well by Hinchcliffe, and Senior breaking through late on. His attempted cross was blocked well, and Gordon slicing wide when he got in the box. Half-time, it's 0-1. Half-time in the League Two Play Off Final, and it's Carlisle United 0, Stockport County 1. County 45 minutes away from reaching League One. The only goal so far coming on the 34th minute. It was Isaac Olafay breaking into the box, and he goes for a cross. He hits off the inside of 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 left foot and loops over the goalkeeper. Very unfortunate for Carlisle, but Stockport won't care. Carlisle have had their chances though. Garner with a header which was saved well by Hinchcliffe, and Senior breaking through late on. His attempted cross was blocked well, and Gordon slicing wide when he got in the box. Half-time, it's 0-1. Half-time in the League Two Play Off Final, and it's Carlisle United 0, Stockport County 1. County 45 minutes away from reaching League One. The only goal so far coming on the 34th minute. It was Isaac Olafay breaking into the box, and he goes for a cross. He hits off the inside of 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 left foot and loops over the goalkeeper. Very unfortunate for Carlisle, but Stockport won't care. Carlisle have had their chances though. Garner with a header which was saved well by Hinchcliffe, and Senior breaking through late on. His attempted cross was blocked well, and Gordon slicing wide when he got in the box. Half-time, it's 0-1. Half-time in the League Two Play Off Final, and it's Carlisle United 0, Stockport County 1. County 45 minutes away from reaching League One. The only goal so far coming on the 34th minute. It was Isaac Olafay breaking into the box, and he goes for a cross. He hits off the inside of 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 left foot and loops over the goalkeeper. Very unfortunate for Carlisle, but Stockport won't care. Carlisle have had their chances though. Garner with a header which was saved well by Hinchcliffe, and Senior breaking through late on. His attempted cross was blocked well, and Gordon slicing wide when he got in the box. Half-time, it's 0-1. Half-time in the League Two Play Off Final, and it's Carlisle United 0, Stockport County 1. County 45 minutes away from reaching League One. The only goal so far coming on the 34th minute. It was Isaac Olafay breaking into the box, and he goes for a cross. He hits off the inside of 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 left foot and loops over the goalkeeper. Very unfortunate for Carlisle, but Stockport won't care. Carlisle have had their chances though. Garner with a header which was saved well by Hinchcliffe, and Senior breaking through late on. His attempted cross was blocked well, and Gordon slicing wide when he got in the box. Half-time, it's 0-1. Half-time in the League Two Play Off Final, and it's Carlisle United 0, Stockport County 1. County 45 minutes away from reaching League One. The only goal so far coming on the 34th minute. It was Isaac Olafay breaking into the box, and he goes for a cross. He hits off the inside of 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 left foot and loops over the goalkeeper. Very unfortunate for Carlisle, but Stockport won't care. Carlisle have had their chances though. Garner with a header which was saved well by Hinchcliffe, and Senior breaking through late on. His attempted cross was blocked well, and Gordon slicing wide when he got in the box. Half-time, it's 0-1. Half-time in the League Two Play Off Final, and it's Carlisle United 0, Stockport County 1. County 45 minutes away from reaching League One. The only goal so far coming on the 34th minute. It was Isaac Olafay breaking into the box, and he goes for a cross. He hits off the inside of 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 left foot and loops over the goalkeeper. Very unfortunate for Carlisle, but Stockport won't care. Carlisle have had their chances though. Garner with a header which was saved well by Hinchcliffe, and Senior breaking through late on. His attempted cross was blocked well, and Gordon slicing wide when he got in the box. Half-time, it's 0-1. Half-time in the League Two Play Off Final, and it's Carlisle United 0, Stockport County 1. County 45 minutes away from reaching League One. The only goal so far coming on the 34th minute. It was Isaac Olafay breaking into the box, and he goes for a cross. He hits off the inside of 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 left foot and loops over the goalkeeper. Very unfortunate for Carlisle, but Stockport won't care. Carlisle have had their chances though. Garner with a header which was saved well by Hinchcliffe, and Senior breaking through late on. His attempted cross was blocked well, and Gordon slicing wide when he got in the box. Half-time, it's 0-1.
Well, it's a very warm welcome along to, welcome back to our unofficial off-tube studio commentary of this League Two Play Off Final. Carlisle 0, Stockport 1 at the break then. At the moment it is the own goal from John Mellish which is separating the two sides. 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓰's cross hitting off the inside of the foot of Mellish. Very unfortunate, but looped over the keeper, and that is the difference. We're just about to get underway for the second half. What do Carlisle have in response? They actually responded quite well towards the end of the first half. A couple of opportunities came their way. The first one for 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓰 when he broke through and got into the box. Tried to square it. A lovely block by 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓰 who came across, and then there's a good chance for Gordon when he got into the box as well, but he sliced wide at the crucial moment. So will the nerves set in for Stockport? Can Carlisle use them to their advantage and try and play on them ever so slightly? We have to wait and see. Underway then for the second half. Myself, James Mason, and Tom McGarry with you once again. Doesn't look like there's been any changes made by either manager. So Thomas Holy in goal then for Carlisle. John Mellish is the only one that's yellow carded in that first half. Paul Huntington and Corey Wheelian as a back three. Jack Armour and Joel Senior as the left and right wing backs. Callum Guy, Owen Moxon in the middle. Alfie McCalmont sort of floating in front of them with Joe Garner and Kamani Gordon up front. As for Stockport, it's Ben Hinchcliffe in goal, Chris Hussey, Fraser Horsfall and 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓰 at the back, Ryan Rydell and Kylie Noyle as the left and right wing backs, Antoni Sarcevic, Ryan Crowsdale and Callum Camps in midfield with Paddy Madden and Isaac Olafay as a top two. Words of wisdom from Paul Simpson, getting into his players a little bit. What do you think his sort of angle would have been to try and get his team motivated?
Yeah, I think he would be pleased with how they responded in those final 5 minutes of the first half. It's just trying to get that press more engaged. We saw to good effect how it can work and really put the Stockport defenders under pressure when there's a press coming in. We didn't see that often enough in the first half from a Carlisle point of view as Paddy Madden for Stockport flashes a header over the top of the crossbar. But Carlisle are renowned for being a high-pressing team in League Two during the regular season. We saw that against Bradford, particularly in the second leg. So I think you'd want to see more of that. It's going to be an interesting second half the longer it stays 1-0, because Stockport are used to being a team on the front foot that want to get a lot of the possession, whereas Carlisle play more on the counter-attack using that press. So it may have to be roles reversal as this second half goes on, but it's going to be an interesting watch to see how it develops.
Yeah, Stockport with the ball on halfway. Now they're trying to drive forward here with the legs then of Callum Camps. Does well. He's faced up against two players. Tries to knock it through the legs then of Joel Senior, who closes them just in the nick of time, but it will be a throw to County on this right-hand side. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Stockport do approach this second half. Do they try and go for the jugular and get that second goal, which probably you'd suspect would be good enough, but you know, never say never. But 2-0 is hard to was on his toes, but his ball clipped to roll behind. Bring some more on, maybe take a defender off.
That is a possibility. I'm not sure if he will go down that route and say take McCalmont off and bring on an extra centre forward. I think it will be the straight swap of the two strikers being replaced around 60-65 minutes and two fresh ones coming on. The question would be, there's three strikers on the bench for Carlisle, so which one out of Ryan Edmondson, Christian Dennis and Amari Patrick would miss out in the semi-final second leg against Bradford? It was Edmondson, who had a good game when he came on, and Patrick, who came on that day. So it's interesting to see if Paul Simpson will do that again. And that would mean he would be leaving his 20-goal striker Dennis on the bench once more.
It's a bold call. It is a bold call from Paul Simpson. It's worked so far, I suppose, for them. But yeah, so when you're after a goal and you've got someone who's got, I think it's 21 goals in all comps, I think, this season for him, yeah, you'd have to maybe wonder or question it ever so slightly. If Carlisle don't end up winning this game and getting promoted to League One, then that's the sort of decisions that the managers make. That's what they're paid to do. Sometimes they get them right, sometimes they get them wrong. As a ball on the halfway line, now it's just punted forward. A lot of what we saw in the first half still happening in the second, which is just long balls up and down It's the aerial battles. It's trying to pick up the scraps, the loose ball when it drops down from those aerial battles. And what Stockport did, I think, in the first half was they won more of those. They got that first ball when it came down. They got the second ball as well. Carlisle need to do that a bit more. When they pressed at the end of that first half and they forced the mistakes from Stockport at the back and they had those 2 half chances, that's where they were better.
Yeah, and you could argue a big difference between the two sides, or one of the main reasons why Stockport edged the first half and got that goal advantage, was probably that 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓰 was the most effective aerially and physically of the strikers on show, got hold of the ball, ruffled the Carlisle defenders' feathers. We just didn't see that often enough at the other end from Joe Garner. Gordon grew into the game as that first half developed and had a couple of late opportunities. Likewise with Stockport, they haven't really been able to get Paddy Madden that involved in the game, so they'll want to get him more involved, and they'll still be looking to get that second goal, won't they, over the next 15-20 minutes at least, which would give them the breathing space. And you mentioned at the start of this second period would potentially be enough to get them over the line.
Yeah, I think credit to Stockport as well, because they know when Owen Moxon gets the ball, he's the one who does have that bit of quality about him, and they're straight on him, aren't they? Or they're forcing him out wide. Then they're not allowing him to have that space and time to look up. And it has sort of thwarted Carlisle's attacking play at the moment. But they have had sort of half opportunities, a decent chance with Garner when he actually had the first shot on target in the game, Joe Garner, when his header was well saved by Ben Hinchcliffe to his right-hand side from the free kick into the box. So there's been moments for them. It's just whether they can go that one moment more and find the back of the net. Is Carlisle are now in possession over halfway. It's brought forward now and long striding run here. Ball into the area isn't a great one from Mellish. It's headed away easily, but picked up by Moxon. Moxon then finds McCalmont. Didn't have the snappiest first touch, but does enough to keep a hold of it. Now down the right-hand side where Senior has it. He just drifts in field and finds the ball towards Guy. Back out to the right for Senior. He'll now again try and work his way forward into the box. He plays a ball. I tell you what, it's great recovering challenge there to slide the ball out for a throw on the right for Carlisle, and it's Paddy Madden who's doing that as well.
Yeah, and he is playing more like a number 10, isn't he, today? Offalay's up there on his own trying to work the 3 Carlisle centre-backs. Madden's dropping back in, and he did that to really good effect there, recognised the danger. If he wasn't there, then Joe Garner was getting on the ball in the penalty area.
Yeah, Gordon now does whip one into the box, but that's terrible. That's straight into the arms of the goalkeeper, Ben Hinchcliffe. Easy for him to take. He's now frustrated because he sort of got nudged when he collected it, but it was actually Akil Wright, his own player, who I think was in a little sort of 50-50 with the Carlisle forward in the box then. But I don't think there's anything wrong with what happened.
No, I think it was Joe Garner, wasn't it? Who probably did give a little bit of a nudge into the back of Akil Wright, but it is the Stockport man, it's Jack Armour, isn't it, who actually nudges Wright. It's the Stockport defender, though, that goes into his goalkeeper, and yeah, I don't think there was too much to complain about.
Yeah, long balls downfield again. It's Stockport who have it at the back, though. Now it's just punted forward by Hussey. Hussey well over halfway, looking for 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓰 down that side, but Carlisle managed to win the ball back. Again, they just play a long direct ball downfield. It bounces around on halfway, and it's the blue shirts that come away with it. Now there's an opportunity. It's with Crowsdale looking for support. Finds Camps on the overlap, then needs a little bit more support then as Noyle tries to make a run down the line but can't be found, and then it's going to be a throw into Carlisle inside their own defensive third. 53.5 minutes nearly played. Carlisle 0, Stockport 1. A few players doing a few warm-ups on the sidelines there. Dennis is one of them. You do wonder if he's going to get the nod or not.
Well, the camera panning to the 3 Carlisle players warming up. It is Dennis, Patrick and Edmondson. So, yeah, again, not too much of a giveaway, unless, as you suggested, it could be a possibility, Paul Simpson goes really bold and brings on 3 fresh attackers.
Yeah, there's Stockport now, they were coming forward and half an opportunity as they work it with Camps. Out towards the left-hand side now, maybe a chance of Rydell. He just drifts in field. Now he dinks one into the box. Awful. One bounce behind for a goal kick, and nobody within a blue shirt is within about 20 yards of that.
Yeah, he drops a shoulder, comes in on his weaker right foot. He can argue that the movement isn't quite there. Both forward players, 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓰 and Madden, went towards the front post, but you need to get your head up in that situation and pick out a better ball. And if you can't get a decent cross into the box, it wasn't really on for Rydell there. Just recycle possession, but a little bit panicked once he got into that position and ends up sending the ball straight out of play.
Yeah, Stockport again, they were coming forward down the right, and there's a bit of space here, and it's 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 then, right at the edge of the area, puts a low ball in, but it's a good recovering play there by the Carlisle defence. There's a few players who rush back in there, and they manage to clear the ball, and they're bringing it away. Now it's Moxon over halfway. He's looking for a bit of support. He's still coming forward. Moxon lays it towards the right-hand side. An opportunity here. In the box they go. It's squared for Gordon. Tries to spin. He just loses complete control, awareness of where he is, where the ball is, and eventually just rolls into the great arms of 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰, who just dives on it and smothers it. But what an opportunity.
Yeah, we finally saw what the quality of Owen Moxon is all about. A great bursting run forward, lovely drop of the shoulder to open up the space, perfectly weighted ball to McCalmont, who pulls it back to Gordon, who's trying to be too clever, isn't he? He's trying to spin, turn his man all in one movement and take the ball with him, and he ends up just flicking it straight into the goalkeeper's arms. But the game's getting a little bit stretched at the moment.
I think Gordon knows what's around him. He just has to lay that. He just hit it with the outside of his foot or back heel it, because Moxon is free on the edge of the box waiting for it. He's just got to put it back in his path, and he doesn't. But Carlisle coming forward again now, though. Oh, is there a little shove then on the back of Callum Guy? No, says the referee. Guy looked as if he was absolutely thrown to the floor there, but that's a good win in the air then, as it's 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 with Huntington, and it's the Carlisle skipper who won the aerial battle. And no, the referee's actually come over here now, and he's saying that that's a free kick to Stockport. He's saying that Huntington fouled 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. Wonder if his official on this side has raised his flag up there. Initially, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. There's a long ball punted downfield, and 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 is jumping backwards into Huntington. What's the Carlisle skipper meant to do?
Yeah, that is a good physical battle. I don't even think 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰's necessarily done that much wrong, although he is the aggressor jumping into Huntington.
I don't think there should be a free kick anywhere.
No, as he falls though, Huntington, his arms are kind of on 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰, almost to try and brace his own fall, and that might make it look like to the officials that he's pulled him to the ground, but he clearly didn't. It's just a good physical contest, and it's been a good physical battle between those two throughout the game. As the free kick whipped in, 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 has headed wide of the target. I'm not sure if an offside flag was up. They took that really quickly. In fact, it's a kill right forward from the back who got his head on the ball. Carlisle switching off from the quick free kick whipped in by Rydell. He's not offside. Oh, he's got to score right. What a huge moment that could be in this playoff final. Free header, 8-9 yards out, right in the centre of the goal. It looks like 2-0 Stockport, and they've got 1 foot in League One, but he puts it wide of the target.
That was it. That was League One on a plate for Stockport. I think if it goes 2-0, I don't think Carlisle come back, but what an opportunity. I think that's come in, and he suddenly found himself free, running onto it. It's not as if he's got to arch his neck backwards or anything like that. He's just running straight onto this ball, which is angling towards the goal. 8 yards out, like you said. I think he just thinks it's too easy. He just thinks, I've just got to put my head on this and it's in the back of the net. And he somehow puts it wide. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Will we look back at that and say, what a moment that could be in the playoff final? Who knows? It's still Stockport that have a 1-0 lead, but Akil Wright will be really, really hopeful for his own sake that his side go through, or side get promoted.
Well, yeah, he's had that. He did have the goal-saving challenge at the other end in the first half. There might be a chance for Carlisle to break forward, but what an opportunity that is. He's maybe just trying to be a little bit too precise, angle it towards that corner when he had so much wiggle room. Just get good contact on the ball, and you're almost certain to score.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be anywhere near the corner. Just anywhere right of centre, that's in, because 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 has no chance of getting anything on that. Right of centre, you've scored. He's missed half of the goal there. Wow, what an opportunity for Stockport. And Carlisle, that is a big, big let-off for them. And it would have been contentious in terms of the free kick. It came from that free kick where we thought it shouldn't have been a free kick anyway. We thought, if anything, that Carlisle were just going to come away with it, but it's still 0-1, but Carlisle coming forward now down the left-hand side. Maybe a chance for the ball to go into the box. It's a low one, but again, they're just beaten to the punch of Carlisle when the ball comes into the area. And now Stockport are breaking a lovely diagonal ball over the top down that left-hand side, looking for a little bit of support. They're still drifting in field now. Going to have a dig from distance. Dearie me, what on earth are you doing having a dig from there? No need whatsoever.
That is a real waste. Callum Camps, who's played at a much higher level than this, are really good quality play. The game's getting stretched end to end over the last 5 minutes or so. Carlisle had a lot of bodies caught forward, and Stockport, I think it's 3 attackers against 4 defenders maybe. He's got to wait for some support, play a pass and keep the attack alive instead of wasting an opportunity with a 1 in 10,000 chance of finding the back of the net, if you like, and he gives away possession. Again, that was a really promising area for Stockport to be in.
Yeah, and you're right, because there's going to be a double change made very, very shortly for Carlisle, and you're right in terms of the two players who were used in the last game are coming on now. It will be Ryan Edmondson and Amari Patrick. And likely Garner and Kamani Gordon are the two that will be coming off. Not going to see the change made yet, but you're pretty much bang on as well, because we're around 15 seconds away from the hour mark. He just must has a timer on his phone, Paul Simpson. Just get an alarm that goes off.
The alarm goes, and yeah, you got to freshen up. I think it's probably the right changes to make as well. Joe Garner hasn't had much influence, particularly at the start of this second half. Gordon's tried to be lively, had those chances towards the end of the first period, but just not quite had that composure or quality in the final third. So I think the changes make sense. Neither Edmondson or Patrick have scored that many goals of late, but there's pace and trickery from Patrick and an unpredictability element from him, and Edmondson will come on and work really hard and may be able to take one of the opportunities that come along.
I suppose they have Christine Dennis to throw on late on if they want as well, if they're still searching for that goal to get them back on level terms. But it will be the 35.
It's McCallum.
35 then, so Alfie McCallum. I was just wondering there, I was thinking, is that going to be a 6 or a 5? But it is Alfie McCallum who is coming off, so it is a more attacking change than normally we do see from Paul Simpson. So McCallum's off, and Joe Garner is the other one that's off there. Is this still 3-4-1-2, or is it 3-4-3?
I think it might be a 3-4-3 with Edmondson leading the line and Gordon and Patrick going either side. Maybe Gordon will lead the line and Edmondson will go wide, but I think it'll be more that kind of formation from Carlisle, and maybe putting more onus on Callum Guy and Owen Moxon in the middle of the park.
Yeah, interesting though, but I suppose Simpson knows he maybe needs something a bit different. There's not been enough from Carlisle in the second half. I've got nothing wrote down for them in terms of a chance, where I've got the big chance for Stockport in the second half, which they passed up. But yeah, certainly I think it needs a little tweak. They need more attacking incentive in their side, and certainly Patrick and Edmondson coming on for a striker, but a number 10, that is certainly a bit more in the final third. You would suspect from the Cumbrians is thought they were going to take this throw quickly, but Gordon just allowing that one to drop towards Joel Senior to come over and take it. Throwing just inside their own half, but as the game ticks on, Carlisle become more desperate, but Stockport as well, they'll get more nervy. Have to see if they just sort of start getting deeper and deeper and getting sucked into their own defensive third, as a long ball downfield for Carlisle doesn't quite work, but then they've won it back though. That's Amari Patrick straight on. Now he gets the ball towards Armour. Armour looking up, delivers one into the box. It's towards the far post. Ooh, tell you what, the goalkeeper was not sure what was behind in there. It's eventually nodded behind, or is it just the keeper who gets a hand to it? Whatever it is, it's a corner.
Yeah, I think it's Hussey at the far post who nods it behind. Ben Hinchcliffe, the Stockport goalkeeper, was a bit like me there. I thought that was far too long from Armour, was going straight out of play, but it just dipped right at the end over the goalkeeper, and he was thankful that the experienced defender Hussey was behind to nod it behind for a corner.
What can they do from the set piece then, Carl? I mentioned the first half. Tom said they're very, very good from set pieces, scored the most goals from corners from them, so what can they do here? The keeper Hinchcliffe is barking out orders. Mellish is trying to get in towards the keeper. Right, the referee again is just going to have a little word with those two. Mellish and Writer doing the normal pushing and shoving inside that 6-yard box. It's just because Mellish is trying to get in between Wright. He's trying to get right in front of Hinchcliffe, the goalkeeper, and they're pushing themselves around. And I think, is the referee going to have another word? No, we're going to get this corner, which will come in eventually. Left-footed, in-swinging delivery towards a far post keeper. That's good too. A double-fisted punch away. Oh, now Stockport have got a chance to break here, and it's a 2-on-1 situation as things stand. They're still breaking forward here with 𝓲𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. Oh, I tell you what, that's a brilliant bit of defending from Joel Senior. Absolutely superb. It's gone out for a throw for Stockport on this right-hand side, but that is superb from Senior. He delayed. He waited for 𝓲𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 to either try and go himself or pass it. And just as he makes the decision, Senior comes in, makes a brilliant slide challenge.
He's been on both sides of the coin, Joel Senior, hasn't he? Late in the first half, he was the attacking player breaking through and couldn't quite find the final ball. This time he's the defender coming across. Really good challenge on 𝓲𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. He does catch the Stockport forward after that, which is why 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 has stayed down. He's now gingerly back on his feet, but a hugely important challenge there from Joel Senior. Carlisle do have to throw caution to the wind as they're trailing in this game, but they were a bit too gun-ho maybe from that corner and were caught in a 2-on-2 situation.
Yeah, I mean, there was half appeals for foul, wasn't there, for when that ball came to halfway, and maybe it did look like 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 maybe just nudged the defender in the back, but the referee's he's let some things go, but not let other little ones go where he thought, well, there's no need to give a free kick. So it's a slight inconsistency from the official, who generally has done, I think, a pretty good job of trying to keep a lid on things in what is a high-tempered affair. Obviously, a lot riding on this for both clubs. There's a throw down the line by Armour for Carlisle. It's flicked on then by Edmondson. Did well to get the flick on, but no one sort of running off and making that run. There's the ball back on halfway, turned down the line. So Edmondson again giving chase, does so well, falls over Edmondson, then gets back to his feet quickly to get the ball. A little inside pass then to find Patrick from Armour. Patrick then just plays across the field of play towards Guy. Guy then out towards the right hand side for Senior. Senior looks up, takes a touch and puts one low into the box. It's not a great delivery, and there's a foul as well, because all Mellish could do was jump into the Stockport defender, but not a great delivery from Senior.
Yeah, the other formation change, actually, which I'm starting to think might have been made by Paul Simpson, is John Mellish has gone into midfield and we're more of a 4-3-3. I mentioned his versatility in the first half. He certainly seems to be having more licence to get forward, so it may well be the case that he's in the middle of the park alongside a Guy and Owen Moxon, as it looks like a couple of Stockport changes are being prepared as well. One of those, Miles 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰, who scored in both regular season meetings between these two sides earlier in the campaign.
Yeah, I think William Collar was the other one I saw there. Just as everyone's getting some fluids on board, it's Akhil Wright, who's down for Stockport at the moment. So I think he's just waiting for a bit of treatment to come over, or he's just taking a rest. Not quite sure. There's no physio's gone over to him. Is he just in the shade, just having a bit of a rest?
It'd be a little bit strange. I think the referee's almost looking at him and thinking, do you need to receive treatment or not? With the cameras panned to the players that are over by the respective coaches, all taking on instructions, as we saw during the drinks break in the first half. But Wright is down. He was nursing that right ankle a little bit. Yeah, maybe he's just taking a little bit of a breather. Maybe he's one of these players that are going to come off, so they're just saying, stay on that side of the pitch so we can, run down the clock, as teams tend to do when they've got an advantage. But, it's a little bit of a strange one, that.
It's a very Paul Dummett-esque look one of the Carlisle coaching staff's got about them as well. I'm not quite sure who it was, but very Paul Dummett look then. On the sidelines, the Newcastle defender. The physio now is actually over to see if Akhil Wright is okay. It took them a hell of a long time to do that. They could have done that much earlier at the start of the water break, but like you said, they've waited till the end of the water break pretty much to now see if he's okay.
Yeah, it's the frustration that we all have as neutrals watching games, but every team does it, and Stockport looking to get those small victories, if you like, just to run down that clock a little bit more, but they're going to make the double change, as you say, with 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 and Collar, the two players to enter the fray. Interesting to see who Dave Challoner does choose to replace as we ticking in towards the final 20-25 minutes or so.
Yes, just see Simpson watching on from the sidelines there and just surveying the situation, seeing if they need to change it anymore. I haven't really had enough time for Patrick and Edmondson to make an impact, because since they've come on, it's just been quite stop-start. So maybe he's going to give it another 5 minutes or so. And like we said, they've still got Christian Dennis on the bench if they want to throw him on to try and grab that goal they so desperately need at the moment. Is Wright, he's still off the field of play, or walking off the field of play now, sort of on his haunches. It's Paddy Madden and it's Akhil Wright who have gone off, and it's 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓰 and Collar that are coming on to replace them.
Yeah, and obviously that injury must be too much for Akhil Wright to continue, and it's no surprise Paddy Madden's going off into his 30s now and was struggling with an injury, missed at least part of the playoff semi-final against Salford, so maybe not quite having enough in the tank to see out the 90 minutes. So 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓰 will come on, as I mentioned, scored in both meetings with Carlisle during the regular season, so he knows what it's like to get in behind this defence.
Yeah, I mean, Will Collar's a midfielder predominantly, 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓰 a forward. Just wondering if Stockport also changed their
reacting
formation. Just go four at the back as well. You probably have Rydell and Noyle will just go to the full-back positions, and you'll have Hussey and Horsfall in the middle. Have to wait and see as a low ball comes in from the left of Stockport, cleared out of play. It's down by Corey Whelan, and a chance here potentially for Stockport from the throw. But we've gone past the midway point, having had the drinks break just a few moments ago. 69.5 minutes, but there'll be a few minutes of added time to go on. It's Carlisle 0, Stockport 1. Tom will take you through the full time.
Thank you very much. Yeah, the drama, you'd imagine, is not done yet. Stockport potentially just over 20 minutes away from their second successive promotion and a return to League One. They were in the National League North just a few seasons ago, so it would be a bit of a meteoric rise. But Carlisle, they're looking to return to League One for the first time since 2014, and there's still time on their side as Patrick releases Edmondson, the two substitutes combining. Edmondson, though, gets the ball stuck under his feet as he was assessing his options, and the tireless Croasdale it was able to nip in. It will be a throw-in to Carlisle on their left-hand side. Still a bit more energy about Edmondson and Patrick since coming on. Jack Armour will take this throw for Carlisle, looking for the head of Ryan Edmondson, wrestling with Kyle Noyle, and then the clearance ricochets off Amari Patrick and will spin out of play for a Stockport throw-in right in front of their corner flag. Kyle Noyle will take it. As James mentioned, it looks like Stockport may have gone to a back four as well, with Noyle as a right back and Rydell as a left back, and that leaves Horsfall and Hussey in the centre of the defence, matching up to the change made by Carlisle a few minutes earlier, as the ball is with Chris Hussey. Left-footed ball up to Hippolyte. First involvement for the substitute, brings it under control nicely. Senior has a bite, and Hippolyte used his body well there to draw the foul. He then takes it quickly. Miles Hippolyte finds the turn ball from Sarcevic. Oh, just for a second, it looked like Hippolyte was in. He's then put a very strong challenge in on Paul Huntington. Carlisle want a free kick. The referee is going to stop play. It's Corey Whelan. In fact, the Carlisle player who's down, seemingly in a lot of pain in the penalty area. We've mentioned there is VAR, and they might well have a look at this because Hippolyte, on first viewing, potentially a little bit high.
I think he's just late, but I think he's trying to get that bouncing loose ball, and I think his foot goes up quite high, and I think he catches the defender. We'll see replays of it now. He goes in. Oh, he does catch him, but it doesn't look like they're having any bigger look at it at the moment. I'm not too sure.
No, it wasn't studs, was it? I mean, it should have been a free kick. It's one missed by the referee, but he didn't go with his studs. He's kicked the shin of Corey Whelan, who is in a degree of distress. In fact, he might be getting treatment on his knee or his thigh there, the former Wigan Athletic player. But yeah, that's Hippolyte, perhaps a little bit over-exuberant. He burst into the penalty area, and it looked like for a split second he was favourite to get to the ball, hesitated slightly, and then he's maybe overreacted to try and overcompensate, and he's caught his man.
Yeah, I think he catches him high, but like you said, the saving grace for Hippolyte is that it's not studs. He's come in, and it's sort of the top of the foot when he's sort of swinging the leg. That's where he's caught the Carlisle defender Whelan, so I think he'll get away from it with that aspect. There's no sort of any card coming out there. It looks as if Carlisle are making another double change.
Yeah, Taylor Charters and Jordan Gibson are going to be entering the fray, so still no Christian Dennis. Charters central midfielder, Gibson creative midfielder, although has been playing as a right wing back in recent weeks, so I wonder if he might replace Joel Senior as a more attacking option down that end of the pitch. Charters potentially for Mellish. We mentioned he's only back in the team after a suspension. Maybe he's running a little bit on empty, or maybe Whelan and Mellish goes back into the defence. If Corey Whelan isn't okay to continue, he's still limping as he makes his way around the touchline, and maybe Paul Simpson's just going to wait before making that potential change as play resumes, but Gordon can't keep it in play on the right.
Yeah, I still can't believe that Christian Dennis, your 20-plus goal striker this season, is not even being thrown on to try and grab something. When you need a goal, you 1-0 down. It just seems crazy.
Yeah, now a Stockport coming forward. There's a chance across coming into the box there. Should have been a little bit better from Will Collar. He had players over. Carlisle able to scramble it clear. Gordon has it. Tries to flick it in towards Callum Guy. The two players weren't quite on the same wavelength. There's in a 50-50 between Croasdale and Guy. Stockport come away with possession, but Ryan Rydell, with a little bit of a rush of blood, sends his left foot effort wide of the target. Guy's down on the ground, and he's the latest player to be in a bit of pain, but there was a chance there for Stockport. Collar broke the offside trap, but couldn't execute the final ball.
Yeah, it was a really good chance. Just, again, it just breaks down ever so slightly for them. See this challenge again. It's just the inside of the knee, maybe it's caught. I think the foot gets caught slightly, and then he maybe just stretches the knee, which he's limping away. He's back on his feet, is Callum Guy, but they're always a painful one, I think, those.
Yeah, they are. You know, into the 75th minute of this game. We're probably looking already at this stage as 5-6 minutes extra to come. So there's still plenty of time to go in this game. Guy hobbling away, back on his feet as Thomas Holy sends this goal kick forward for Carlisle. Had a clear by Croasdale. Whelan, who's recovered from his knock, finds Callum Guy, who likewise seems to be moving a little bit more freely. Gordon now battling away with Rydell on the right-hand side. Gordon comes away with the ball, but then Rydell bites back with a decent challenge to turn it out of play for a throw-in. As the camera focusing on Christian Dennis once more. Carlisle haven't made that double change yet with Charters and Gibson coming on, just holding fire. They do make that change. They'd still have one left up their sleeve for the normal 90 minutes, and maybe Christian Dennis will be used as a last-ditch attempt to get back into the game in the final few minutes if the scoreline remains as it is at the moment, with it being Carlisle 0, Stockport 1, as Guy puts in a firm but fair challenge Moxon puts in a firm but fair challenge in the middle of the park to turn it out of play for a throw-in. Still waiting for those substitutions to be made from Carlisle. The Stockport throw on the halfway line. Paul Simpson in talks there with Gavin Skelton, his assistant, brother of Helen Skelton, the TV presenter, the Carlisle assistant manager. As throwing from Ryan Rydell for Stockport down the left-hand channel, headed away by Huntington. It'll be flipped back forward, though, by Collar for Stockport. Again, it breaks Carlisle's way. Armour, left-footed angle ball, lovely, almost a lovely touch from Omari Patrick. I thought he'd taken that over the head there of Noyle and was running into space, but on the cover was Horsfall. Now Stockport have possession high up the pitch. We've had quite a few stoppages in play over the last 10 minutes or so, and the rhythm of the game has just dissipated slightly, and that's certainly to the benefit of Stockport.
Yeah, just about to say, it's not what Carlisle want, because, you know, they didn't make their double change of Patrick and Emerson that long ago, but they just haven't had, you know, a sustained bit of play. You know, the ball's not been on the pitch long enough for them, really. And like you said, stop-start, and it's exactly what Stockport want. They just don't want any sort of free-flowing football from Carlisle. They don't want to allow them space and time and just breaking up the play and, you know, changes being made and players going down. It's exactly what they need to do. It's not what you want to see, but they're managing the game well.
The double changes now being made, and John Kimani Gordon is the first player to be replaced. Jordan Gibson coming on for him will probably play on that right-hand side, which Gordon has been occupying since the last double change. And Callum Guy, who just picked up that knock a few minutes ago, is also going to be replaced. And Taylor Charters on as a substitute in both semi-final matches against Bradford is coming on in his place. So not quite the last throw of the dice from Paul Simpson, but double change there made by the Carlisle manager. Jack Armour with the throwing down the line. Flicked on by Edmondson, but it'll be picked up in the middle of the park by Camps for Stockport. Just happy to slow things down in the centre circle. Whether it's a second one for Stockport to just about kill things off, or is their way back in. Stockport probably looking the more likely at this moment in time, it has to be said, as Thomas Holy, the Carlisle goalkeeper, has the ball in his hand and will send it long, right-footed up towards Ryan Edmondson, who this time's his jump. Horsfall wins it. It'll break the way now of the lively Hippolyte for Stockport, looking to work it onto his left foot. Moxon gives him a bump. Referee says play on. Hippolyte back to his feet. Feeds it out to his fellow sub Collar, who tees up Croasdale. Decent cross in. Headed away by Huntingdon. Drops to Hippolyte, who has his shot blocked by Charters. Carlisle struggling to clear their lines. It's worked backwards by 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓰 to Croasdale. Croasdale once again. Lovely ball in behind Noyle. Can he cut it back to a teammate? No. Corey Whelan well positioned to intercept for Carlisle, who get it clear towards Moxon, who needs a bit of support. Penned in. To throw him for his side, which is about as good as he could hope for. We're approaching the final 10 minutes of this League 2 playoff final. Final 10 minutes of the 90, that is. We will see plenty of stoppage time added on. It's Carlisle 0, Stockport 1. We're bringing you unofficial off-tube studio commentary of this huge match taking place at Wembley Stadium. Don't forget, the final day of the Premier League season follows on this service. All 10 games are available to listen to. They all kick off at 4:30 this afternoon, with the relegation battle really the main focus for the likes of Leeds, Leicester and Everton. As Carlisle looking to come forward. Flick on there by Mellish, doesn't find Patrick. Horsfall clears for Stockport. Collar has it now for the team leading by a goal to nil, and he clips a ball down the channel. 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓷 will chase. Whelan comes across and prevents the corner, but has to concede a throw-in, and Stockport at the moment doing a good job of managing this game.
They are. They're penning Carlisle in quite well. They're playing the long balls at times down the channels, and unfortunately for Carlisle, the defenders, they don't have that composure or quality just to control it, hold it, and then pass it out. It's just kick out of play. It's head it out or knock it out, and you're giving away a lot of field position there for Stockport. Is exactly where they want the ball. The issue is I've got written down nothing for Carlisle in the second half in terms of chances, where we've got Stockport have had the right, who should have put a free header in, and then the bicycle kick. I know it's speculative from Hippolyte, but it's a chance. For Carlisle, there's been nothing.
Yeah, it's not been a great second half as a spectacle, has it? As we are going to see that final throw of the Carlisle dice. Christian Dennis is going to be coming on. He's replacing Jack Armour, so centre forward for a left back. There's a little bit of confusion actually. I think it is Armour who's going to go off. Owen Moxon thought it might be him initially. Dennis is certainly coming on. And as a Stockport change as well, Jack Stretton, who spent the first half of the season on loan at Carlisle before being recalled by Derby, his parent club, and joining Stockport on a permanent basis. So there's a storyline there if he comes on and grabs a goal. But he's about to enter the fray as well for Stockport County. Just awaiting confirmation of the former Scotland Youth International is going to replace, and it's going to be Isaac Oliphant, who has had a big hand in what is at the moment the goal that is going to be taking Stockport into League One.
Yeah, he's been lively, hasn't he, Oliphant? He's done a lot of running, and like you said, his cross, which was deflected, is what is separating two sides at the moment, and it looped in off the inside of Mellish's foot. But Carlisle, a lot of attacking talent on now.
Ooh, might be half an opportunity for Ryan Dennis. He's in the area. Ryan Dennis for Carlisle. The angle's tight. Pulls it back. Mellish, it's off the line. They're claiming handball. They want a penalty, Carlisle. The referee says no. It looked like it came off the midriff at first glance. The referee's taking VAR advice. Mellish had an open net, and it was blocked away. Stockport are now breaking forward. Collar down the right-hand side is denied by Corey Whelan. That is the first and by far away the best opportunity Carlisle have created, probably in the match, certainly in this second half. John Mellish, the goal at his mercy, wasn't able to get it back. So after I look at the replay, I'm not sure who the defender was who got back on the line, but a goal-saving block. As I say, Carlisle were asking for handball. It looked like it struck the side of the defender. VAR may well be having a look at it. The ball still hasn't gone out of play since that incident, but what an opportunity.
What a chance. I mean, that should be buried. Fair credit for the Stockport players, got back on the line, but Mellish should absolutely bury that. He's just tried to go for accuracy side foot to get it on target as Carlisle coming forward again.
Yeah, senior ball into the box, comes towards Patrick, who strikes low into the back of the net, and Carlisle have their equalising goal. Omari Patrick fires the right-footed effort into the bottom left-hand corner at full stretch. Ben Hinchcliffe can't get there, and with 6.5 minutes of the 90 remaining, this League 2 playoff final is alive once again. It's Carlisle 1, Stockport 1, Omari Patrick the scorer.
Brilliant hit from Patrick. I mean, it'd be interesting anyway to have seen if it was handball on the line initially before from Mellish's shot, but I mean, Omari Patrick, It's a brilliantly taken goal because he hits it first time, but it's just a thunderous effort into the bottom left corner. There's no chance for the goalkeeper, but he's calm, he's composed, he picked his spot. Brilliant goal, brilliant finish, and yeah, back on level terms now. And who knows now, Carlisle, they need to keep on the front foot like they are because they've got a lot of forward players on now, so go for the juggler in full time, try and win it. We're seeing replays of it now. It's a brilliant hit, and I have to say credit to Ryan Edmondson because he just jumps out the way, but he's in a position where he's slightly putting off the goalkeeper, but he's well onside.
Yeah, the defender who gets the block in is playing him onside. It's quite unfortunate from a Stockport point of view. It's a decent little toe from 𝓳𝓱𝓪𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 to get it away from Edmondson. But what a finish from Amari Patrick. He couldn't have put that any more in the corner. Real moment of composure when Carlisle needed him most. Joel Senior did really well down the right-hand side as well because the pass into him from Gibson was behind him, but he took it in his stride and was able to get the cross into the box. As play has restarted and Patrick, with a spring in his step, is looking to break forward down the left-hand side. He may just have fouled Anthony 𝓳𝓱𝓪𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 there, and he has. Free kick goes the way of Stockport County. 5 minutes of the 90 remaining. We may well be in for the long haul.
Could be indeed. Tell you what, Patrick there, though, all he has to do is look up to his right, and he's got a free player who is in the middle of the park. He's got 2 players up in attack further ahead. But I think he just thought, I'm running all the way down the line here. Just needed that little bit of composure that time, just to pass it inside, and there would have been a really good chance.
There would have been. A Stockport have made a change. I presume that's happened in the mix of the Patrick goal, and Byrne has come on. Neil Byrne has replaced Callum Camps in midfield for these closing minutes of the 90. Stockport's 4th change as Carlisle coming forward. Gibson, right hand corner of the penalty area, pulls it back. Patrick might have another opportunity. What a challenge from Kyle Noyle on the cover. Looks second favourite. That was not quite a goal-saving challenge, but Amari Patrick would have been having a shot from just about the same spot where he just scored as another Carlisle cross comes into the box. Not convincingly dealt with. There, the stooping header from Hussey. It's just about scrambled clear, and all of a sudden, it is Carlisle completely on the front foot.
I thought that nearly hit the Stockport player's hands there. He's basically on the floor with his hands on. It hits his head and bounces down a couple times. I think as that hit the arm, is Carlisle coming forward again?
Yeah, Mellish down the left-hand side. He's got space, skips away from a ball that had come onto the pitch there. A soft toy that actually disrupted John Mellish there. He's had to recycle possession. Cross will now come in from the left-hand side from Charters, who I think, after Christian Dennis came on, has shifted across to left back. Patrick now popping up in the middle of the park. Everyone's popping up everywhere really at the moment. We've reached that stage of the game. Gibson, who also had a hand in the build-up to the goal, finds Patrick again. Deflected out to Joel Senior now. Back into Amari Patrick. Gibson's continued his run. He's got to the byline. Dinks in a cross that's headed away by 𝓳𝓱𝓪𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰, who was well positioned there. And the clearance from Hippolyte will be completed up towards halfway. They've lost the focal point, though, of Isaac Olafay up front, Stockport. And Jack Stretton there wasn't able to get hold of it. He's then fouled his man. I don't think he's going to pick up a yellow card. But, yeah, free kick to Carlisle, 5 yards or so inside the Stockport half.
I just think Stockport have lost their... They've lost their heads a little bit, getting paid back 1-1, but they've lost their shape as well with the changes they've made. There's no real focal point up there. It's square pegs and round holes at the moment. Who's going where? Who's meant to be playing in what position? And for Carlisle, it's similar in terms of losing their sort of structure, but it's more everyone's going forward. So that's all they're thinking about now is getting forward. And Stockport, all they're thinking about is just going deeper and deeper. So it's actually working in Carlisle's favour that they have so many attacking players on now.
Yeah, there's no structure for either side, really, is there? But the positive momentum is with Carlisle, and there's a little bit of a negative mindset at the moment, perhaps, for Stockport. Free kick from Moxon comes to nothing. It'll be lifted back in by Charters for Carlisle. Bouncing ball might drop the way of a man in a red shirt. Almost comes to Patrick. Stockport struggling to clear their lines. They want a free kick. I think John Mellish might be asking for a penalty, actually, for Carlisle as well. But the referee says no. Ball's been cleared by Hussey out of play. So Carlisle will have a throw-in. And we look at the replay to see if there should have been anything more.
No, Melling's not involved in the play anymore. It's there's a little step across from the... number 17 there, Ryan Rydell for Stockport, but there's no penalty there.
No, it's completely away from the ball. I don't even know if Rydell knew Mellish was there as Senior hurls a long throw into the box, dealt with by Horsfall in the air. Hippolyte then lashes it left-footed clear. Stratton's again the only man up there in Stockport blue, so it'll come straight back with Carlisle and Jordan Gibson down the right-hand side into the feet of Corey Whelan. Senior drops a shoulder, gives it to Whelan again, who could have turned, but he gives it to Gibson, who will lift a right-footed ball into the box. It will come all the way through to Patrick, who can control. Angle's gone against him. He's got to wait for some support, pulls it towards the edge of the area. Can't find Moxon. Instead, it's Hippolyte, who clears it out for a throw.
Almost there for Carlisle. Just didn't quite come down quick enough for Patrick when it came bouncing towards the far post, but they were all over the place, Stockport at the back, and Carlisle, they've always got, at the minute, it seems to be an extra body popping up inside the area. You feel there's one more chance coming.
Yeah, there's certainly plenty of time. We've referenced there's going to be a lot of added on time. We've got 40 seconds of the 90 remaining as 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓰 preparing this long throw for Carlisle. Aimed at Ryan Edmondson, flicked off the head of Horsfall and cleared away by Crowsdale up into Carlisle territory where Stretton will give chase. Huntington has to be careful. Gets it back to Thomas Holy, who scoops the left-footed clearance up towards halfway. Stockport could do with getting a bit of possession inside Carlisle's half. Across comes Moxon, takes a little bit of a chance, but then was he fouled by Crowsdale? Yes, he was, says the referee. So it's a free kick to Carlisle. We're about to hit the 90-minute mark, and we'll find out how much stoppage time is going to be added on. 9 minutes of stoppage time at the end of this League Two playoff final. Paul Simpson trying to act as cheerleader, the Carlisle United boss, perhaps sensing, as we are as well, that the momentum is with the Cumbrians.
Yeah, it just totally is. That point I made before, Stockport, they've not got many attacking players on their pitch anymore, so they're all back. Bar Stretton, who's up on halfway by himself, everyone is back in their own half, or in terms of everyone's trying to defend. And for Carlisle, they're only dealing with one player up on the halfway line now, so most of their players can just go forward and try and attack, and it's exactly what they're trying to do. Patrick, no one's really picking him up from a Stockport defensive point of view. And yeah, for the Cumbrians, this is such a good opportunity now in this 9 minutes, nearly just over 8 minutes now, the added time left on, to try and grab a winner. Gets into extra time, and Stockport have the little bit of a gap before we start that until, you know, they can get the manager the words of wisdom and start to restructure and figure out where they're playing. But at the moment, Carlisle need to make the most of what is just an all-over-the-place defence.
Yeah, it is, as Moxon has possession for Carlisle, twists, turns, finds Charters on the left, cross blocked at source by Collar, and there might be a chance now for Stretton to break forward. He's brought down by 𝓳𝓸𝓷𝓷𝓷𝓰, and that will be a free kick and a yellow card, in fact, as well for the Carlisle substitutes. Just stopping the breakaway there of Stretton. Not much contact in it, but when a player's breaking forward and you're out of position, you bring your man down, you're usually going to pick up a yellow card.
Yeah, and you know, that's what Carlisle, I think, needed to do there, but I also think it's exactly what Stockport wanted. They just wanted a break in play, time to catch their breath and just have a little bit of a respite from what has been a really tough, what's about 7 minutes now since that goal was scored for Carlisle, the equalizer.
Yeah, it's been a real slog for Stockport as this second half's gone on, but they've got an opportunity now from this free kick. Ball is sent forward. It's going to be hooked clear by Jordan Gibson for Carlisle. Not the most effective clearance. Nodded down by Crowsdale. Hippolyte, can he get under control? It'll break to him on his right foot, Miles Hippolyte. He's a very left-footed player, and perhaps you could see that there as he struck that with his right foot, never getting over the ball, and the effort from the edge of the area well over Thomas Holy's crossbar.
Yeah, good chance though, half volley there outside the area. You'd fancy yourself to get something on target. Issue for Carlisle there was John Mellish was sort of limping away from a challenge, and in that little moment, that passage of play there, when it actually broke towards the Stockport player to have an effort, and Hippolyte, he wasn't making any sort of challenge, Mellish, so I'm sure they'll just be watching on to see if he's all right.
Yeah, you do get a sixth substitute when you head into
pretty much the whole bench has come off then, isn't it?
Yeah,
well,
yeah, you only get 7 substitutes on the bench, so Jack Robinson's the only outfield player still on the bench for Carlisle. He is a left-sided defender, man on loan from Middlesbrough. As Stockport get the throw in, and maybe they had just weathered a little bit of a storm, and now over the last 90 seconds or so, just winning a couple of free kicks and getting, importantly for Dave Chandler's side, back up the field of play. It's reaching that moment now with 6 minutes of stoppage time remaining that neither team, no player on the pitch wants to make a mistake. Everyone wants to be a hero though, of course, as Hippolyte can't quite get that throw from Noyle under control. But maybe there's just going to be that moment where everyone thinks, shall we reassess, go again for 30 minutes of extra time?
Oh yeah, I do think that actually now with Stockport just having this little, it's been a couple of minutes, hasn't it, where Carlisle haven't been able to attack, and then suddenly I think the Carlisle players will look around at the clocks around the stadium and go, ooh, only 5 minutes of added time left, or we don't want to push too much forward in case we give the opposition a chance to counter, so we'll maybe just sit and hold this.
Stretton now for Stockport, turning away from Whelan. Good challenge though from Corey Whelan. Charters now, has he taken a bit too much of a chance? He has. Taylor Charters tried to pirouette away from the challenge and he's lost the ball. It's Collar on the right hand side for Stockport, deep cross towards the far post, too deep for Hippolyte. Gibson makes a bit of a hash of his attempted clearance and Stockport can get hold of the possession. Sarcevic, supported by Rydell down that left hand side for Stockport. He goes back towards Hussey. Left-footed ball stood up, looking for Miles Hippolyte, who gets away from Moxon. Hippolyte flashes it into the 6-yard box, but straight into the gloves of Thomas Holy, and he got away from Owen Moxon there, Hippolyte, and that was a decent opportunity.
That was good play by Thomas Holy, just to stay strong at his near post, because often you just see they get smashed towards the near post and take a deflection off the goalkeeper and go in, but he does well, stays strong and make sure that ball doesn't get past him. Are they? A VAR? Are they? Oh, I thought VAR were having a look at this. So the ball into the box, which eventually fell to Hippolyte. There was an outstretched arm for the defender up in the air. I saw something similar recently where against Leeds, Newcastle against Leeds, and Newcastle were given a penalty for a brush on the fingers when a ball came into the box from Junior Firpo. That, for me, looks as if it brushes the fingers.
It's Owen Moxon, isn't it, with his hand in the air, may have just caught the fingers. I know that the VAR is in play today, but the EFL did say that it was going to be interpreted in more of a League Two fashion, so to speak, rather than the way we see VAR used in the Premier League, similar to how there's slight differences in European matches to the Premier League. So maybe there's a bit more leeway at this level. But certainly was a risk there from Owen Moxon with his hand in the air. As Miles Hippolyte now, Stockport with a long throw into the box. Hippolyte gets plenty of distance on it. It's cleared away effectively enough. Christian Dennis on the edge of his own penalty area. Possibly his first touch since coming on. A lot's happened, though, since he entered the fray. As Stockport coming forward again. Collar cross into the box, headed down, bouncing around in the penalty area. Lots of blocks going. It's last-ditch defending. The ball spins around, and eventually a free kick is given the way of Carlisle. A couple of real nearly moments there for Stockport. Ryan Crowsdale at the centre of it. Paul Huntington's been left crumpled in a heap. Let's try and dissect this.
Yeah, ball in the box. The header, it hits Huntington's. If it does hit his arm, it's tucked into the side. It hits more around the shoulder area, so it's good defending by Huntington. And then there's just a whole raft of bodies throwing themselves at this. It's that Joel Senior who puts in, for me, is a goal-saving block. It's absolutely superb. It's fearless as he throws himself into a shot, which is coming in thunderous from around 10 yards out. Brilliant defending, brilliant blocking from first Huntington and then Senior.
Yeah, Senior's had a really impressive game, actually. There was one moment in the first half where he was breaking through and he maybe should have found Gordon. That would have created Carlisle an opportunity, but other than that, he's had a pretty faultless game. The right wing back come right back now as Paul Huntington just stretching out those legs. He's possibly the oldest player on the pitch now, the Carlisle centre-back, 35 years of age, so he'll be feeling it in the heat, perhaps more than most. But a couple of important blocks from him and Joel Senior. A really good chance as well. Jack Stretton with the strike towards goal that was blocked by Senior. Crowsdale was in the mix as well. It's been a good response from Stockport over the last few minutes.
Yeah, since we've hit added time, it's actually been pretty good from Stockport. When we thought it would be Carlisle, that would be more, in the ascendancy and trying to attack. But yeah, fair credit to Stockport. They've held the ball up well, then they've got a few bodies forward and put some. They're not being great crosses into the box, but they've caused some issues, and I think that's just the nerves, isn't it, from the defence? When you're this deep into the game and you're a couple minutes away from extra time. But I think both sides now. Not surprising. I think that they'll probably just see this out this last minute or so and try and get towards extra time.
Yeah, and you mentioned crosses into the box. I think at this stage of a game, just put a ball in. It doesn't have to be a great ball because those nerves are jangling. A defender's liable to slice it, make a mistake. It might just drop to a forward player, and it only takes one moment now. And one of these two sides would be going up if they score before the referee blows the full-time whistle for the end of regulation time as Thomas Holy sends his ball forward for Carlisle. Huntington's been receiving treatment. He's gone off the pitch, but I presume will be coming straight back on as it drops at the feet of Moxon for Carlisle. Finds Gibson midway inside the Stockport half. Scoops the ball forward, looking for Ryan Edmondson. Pressure on Horsfall, who has to lash the ball clear. In fact, it was Byrne, the substitute, who lashes the ball forward. Helped back by Mellish, but I'll go and play for a Stockport throw-in midway inside their own half. Just over 20 seconds of the 9 minutes that were allocated for stoppages left to play. It is no surprise this looks like it's going to be heading towards extra time. Both playoff semi-finals in League Two went the distance. Stockport going all the way to penalties before seeing off Salford. Carlisle got the job done with a extra time victory over Bradford during an extra time period when 3 goals were scored, so there could be still plenty of drama to come. There's a long ball forward causing problems for Joel Senior, just about holds off Hippolyte. Gibson there to help him out, goes back to Holy, who sends the ball up towards halfway. We've gone beyond the 9 minutes of stoppage time that were allocated, but that Paul Huntington injury may just see another 30 seconds or so added as the referee looks towards his watch. Throwing taken there on the far side by Hussey. Sends the long ball forward over the head of Stretton. Huntington's there. Senior should be able to complete the clearance at the second attempt and does. Noyle and Patrick will give chase. Noyle slides in first and hooks it out of play for a throw-in. Still we play on in this League Two playoff final. Carlisle 1, Stockport 1. The score. Camera focusing there on Amari Patrick, the man whose goal that looks like it's going to be forcing extra time as Charters with the throw down the line. Flicked on by Edmondson. And indeed, that is the end of regulation time. So this League Two playoff final is going to go the distance. Stockport led in the first half. A John Mellish own goal from an Isaac Olafay deflected cross put them in front. But Omari Patrick scoring inside the final 10 minutes of the regulation 90 means that extra time is required. It's Carlisle 1, Stockport 1.
Well, 90 minutes has not been enough to find a winner in this one. Stockport 1 after regulation time. Stockport, they led for so long. The 30 an effort into the bottom left corner has sent this one into extra time. We'll be back shortly with unofficial off-tube studio commentary. Well, 90 minutes has not been enough to find a winner in this League Two playoff final. A Carlisle 1, Stockport 1 after regulation time. Stockport, they led for so long. The 34th minute deflected strike from Olafay's cross off the foot of Mellish for an own goal. But 6 minutes from time, it was Amari Patrick on as a second half sub. A low driven effort into the bottom left corner has sent this one into extra time. We'll be back shortly with unofficial off-tube studio commentary. Well, 90 minutes has not been enough to find a winner in this League Two playoff final. A Carlisle 1, Stockport 1 after regulation time. Stockport, they led for so long. The 34th minute deflected strike from Olafay's cross off the foot of Mellish for an own goal. But 6 minutes from time, it was Amari Patrick on as a second half sub. A low driven effort into the bottom left corner has sent this one into extra time. We'll be back shortly with unofficial off-tube studio commentary. Well, 90 minutes has not been enough to find a winner in this League Two playoff final. A Carlisle 1, Stockport 1 after regulation time. Stockport, they led for so long. The 34th minute deflected strike from Olafay's cross off the foot of Mellish for an own goal. But 6 minutes from time, it was Amari Patrick on as a second half sub. A low driven effort into the bottom left corner has sent this one into extra time. We'll be back shortly with unofficial off-tube studio commentary. Well, 90 minutes has not been enough to find a winner in this League Two playoff final. A Carlisle 1, Stockport 1 after regulation time. Stockport, they led for so long. The 34th minute deflected strike from Olafay's cross off the foot of Mellish for an own goal. But 6 minutes from time, it was Amari Patrick on as a second half sub. A low driven effort into the bottom left corner has sent this one into extra time. We'll be back shortly with unofficial off-tube studio commentary.
Well, 90 minutes has not been enough to find a winner in this League Two playoff final. Carlisle won, Stockport won after regulation time. Stockport led for so long. The 34th minute deflected strike from 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰's cross off the foot of Mellish for an own goal. But 6 minutes from time, it was Amari Patrick on as a second-half sub. A low-driven effort into the bottom left corner has sent this one into extra time. We'll be back shortly with unofficial off-tube studio commentary. Well, 90 minutes has not been enough to find a winner in this League Two playoff final. Carlisle won, Stockport won after regulation time. Stockport led for so long. The 34th minute deflected strike from 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰's cross off the foot of Mellish for an own goal. But 6 minutes from time, it was Amari Patrick on as a second-half sub. A low-driven effort into the bottom left corner has sent this one into extra time. We'll be back shortly with unofficial off-tube studio commentary. Well, 90 minutes has not been enough to find a winner in this League Two playoff final. Carlisle won, Stockport won after regulation time. Stockport led for so long. The 34th minute deflected strike from 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰's cross off the foot of Mellish for an own goal. But 6 minutes from time, it was Amari Patrick on as a second-half sub. A low-driven effort into the bottom left corner has sent this one into extra time. We'll be back shortly with unofficial off-tube studio commentary.
And we are back then with our unofficial off-tube studio commentary of this League Two playoff final. And well, it wouldn't be a playoff final, I should say, this season if it didn't go to extra time. The National League One was 1-1 at the end of 90. That all went all the way to penalties. Luton against Coventry was 1-1 after 90. That one went all to penalties. Carlisle Stockport is 1-1 after 90. Will we be going to penalties? Well, we'll have to wait and see what this next 30 minutes has in store for us. Whether either side will be trying to attack or not, or whether it will just be trying to see it out until spot kicks. It's really hard to know, because you make a mistake now and it's probably one that costs you.
It is, but if you look at the playoff semi-finals that these two sides were involved in, a total of 5 goals were scored during the extra time period. 2 in the match between Stockport and Salford, eventually went to penalties, and 3 between Carlisle and Bradford, which Carlisle edged by 2-1 in that sense. So that bodes well that we're going to get at least plenty of entertainment in this extra time period. A lot of the time, these extra time 30 minutes tend to be a bit of a drag, nervy affairs. No one wants to make a mistake. Maybe this will be different. Maybe we'll get two teams going gun-ho to try and get the goal that could potentially see them in League One.
Yeah, I mean, you'd say from an attacking point that Carlisle have more attacking players on the pitch, so maybe the onus is more on them. Who knows? I mean, Patrick, Dennis, Edmondson, they're all players who have looked lively since coming on. I mean, Dennis hasn't done a great deal, but to be honest, there's not been much delivery or service towards him. I think when he came on, he was on to grab the goal. It quickly came with Patrick getting it, and then they weren't really sure what position Dennis was playing. There wasn't much of the ball going towards him, was there?
No, and he is a player in the Ruud van Nistelrooy mould of a poacher in the box. A lot of his goals tend to be in and around the 6-yard box, not necessarily always involved in the build-up play, so he's the man to try and get in the middle. It is going to be interesting to see how Stockport have reset that period between the end of regulation time and the start of extra time. Would have been a really important one for both managers, but in particular Dave Challoner, just to reassess his team, get them into some kind of shape. Jack Stretton looks like he's leading the line on his own up front, and just to allow them to regroup, because although they did regather a little bit during the additional time of regulation time, they were still a bit shell-shocked after conceding that late goal.
Yeah, it was Carlisle trying to come forward now. Ball is played over the top, down the left-hand side, giving chase, and as Edmondson does well, gets there ahead of his opponent, and now trying to get, well, looking for some support now, actually, as Burns done some good defending, managed to wrestle the ball away, and Collar comes across now and helps out his teammates, back with Hinchcliffe, who just puts a big right boot through the goes into the Carlisle man. But how can you give that as a free kick to any side there?
I don't know. Yeah, Mellish was unhappy with Hippolyte, but to me that was a good solid challenge from Mellish, and Hippolyte is inevitably going to fall on top of the Carlisle player. The challenge comes in, it's a block more than anything. and Hippolyte, he falls. His knee bangs towards the back of the neck of Mellish, but how is he meant to avoid that, really?
There's no foul there at all. I can see Mellish being unhappy, but it's not meant to do that. There's no malice. It's just the momentum. Mellish has jumped in to put a really good block in, but yeah, it's strange. As Miles Hippolyte has had the most shots in the match since coming on as a second half sub as well. He's had 4. Garner, Crowsdale, Camps and Madden, all with 2 to their name. So likes to have a dig. Does the Stockport forward? As the ball now is ballooned up in the air towards the halfway line, trying to bring it down. Then a couple of players. Eventually it falls to Moxon, but as Moxon gets it, there's a Stockport player down, clutching the back of his head. It's Collett who's on the floor at the moment, and just feels a stray arm there that's maybe caught the side of the head.
Yeah, referee absolutely right to stop that there, because he thinks it may be a head injury, and Stockport medical team immediately on Will Collett. There was a bit of head tennis going on around the halfway line, wasn't there? And it's John Mellish is challenging with. I think it's more the way he lands, though. He lands on the shoulder collar. That might be it's the left shoulder that's giving him more of the issue than anything else. Seems to be able to stretch it out reasonably okay. This is where we've got to tot up and work out how many substitutes have been used. Carlisle have got the extra 6th one they can potentially use during stoppage, during extra time. Stockport used 4 during the regulation period, so they should have a couple still up their sleeve. Will Collett, of course, was one of the players who came on for them, so they won't want to take him off, and it does seem, after a bit of treatment, he's going to be okay.
Yeah, I think I've quite counted that up right as well, with 4 made by Stockport, so we'll have to see whether they look to eventually change things up, or whether any goalkeeper changes made potentially. We'll have to wait and see. I've seen that a few times in penalty shootout situations. There's players back and away. Stockport, the top goal scorers this season, Kyle Wooten, that we're seeing then, watching on 14 goals. Will Collar's got 13 to his name, hasn't really had a sniff of a chance yet in this game since coming on as a sub, as Patrick's trying to bring this one down for Carlisle, and well, it looked like he did, then he didn't, then he did, then he didn't, as the ball is cleared away up over halfway. The header is won then by the Carlisle skipper Huntington. Does well, it drops down around halfway. Moxon with nice footwork, but then he's just a little bit late into the challenge here, and it's going to be a free kick. It's Antoni Sarcevic who has gone down. Nothing more than a free kick and a little word from the referee then. But it started scrappy, this first period of extra time.
It has. No team's really been able to get their foot on the ball and string a pass or two together, really, so far. The nerves, the tension is still there, and that's only going to grow as the minutes tick down in this extra time period. So I don't think this will necessarily be one for the purists in terms of a rip-roaring watch on the eye for these final 25 minutes or so, but it's certainly engrossing.
Yeah, as a ball is played into the penalty area, flicked out towards the left-hand side. Now it's played back into Carlisle's box. Maybe a chance at the far post. Collar with the header. Loops up into the air. Still not cleared properly as Huntington gets in the way. And then it should be cleared away. And it is in the end. Or is it offside? Flag has gone up actually. It was Telly Charters who cleared it, but doesn't matter in the end. But that's actually where Stockport maybe looked quite dangerous. It's a kind of floaty, loopy balls into the box. And they're getting towards the first contact, and they're getting towards that ball when it first comes in.
Yeah, they're getting those knockdowns, and it's not quite falling to a player in blue. That second ball in the penalty area, Paul Huntington's got a few important challenges in there from Carlisle. I just think they're maybe missing Olife up front. They took him off just before they conceded the equalising goal, and maybe he's tired. He's run himself into the ground for the best part of 80 minutes. But just think they're missing that physicality he had up front. He could move the ball as well, and they just haven't quite had that focal point since. Yeah,
no, I'd agree there. As ball breaks towards the edge of Stockport's area, as Rydell puts his foot through it. Just needed a bit of a shout there because there was no one around him, and then Crowsdale the skipper's armband on for Stockport. He's adjudged to have fouled his man, and referee again just comes over, gives a free kick, but says there's no need for a yellow card there. Mellish feels hard done by because he got yellow card in the first half, and he's had a few challenges on him. Again, that's not a yellow card worthy challenge, that.
No, it's not. But every challenge that's either a foul or for one team or the other, John Mellish seems to be at the heart of it at the moment. He does have to be a little careful himself on a yellow card. The only 2 cards in the game have gone the way of Carlisle. Charters also, but yeah, Mellish in the thick of the action.
Yeah, what can Moxon do with this set piece chance again. It's a fair distance out, but on the left, what can you do? Arm goes up, right-footed delivery, high towards the far post. And again, it looks poor because it's straight into the keeper's arms, but slightly less, a couple of yards less into the box, and Edmondson's got a free header.
Yeah, and it was pretty much deja vu. We saw 2 or 3 of them in the first half, didn't we, at that end of the pitch from Owen Moxon, just getting a little bit too much on it. And Ben Hinchcliffe has been able to claim, and the handling of both goalkeepers in the match so far has been impeccable, hopefully, from their point of view. I'm not putting the kiss of death on that, but yeah, both goalkeepers have been pretty solid, but maybe not as worked as either manager would have liked.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, this is now becoming quite stop-start with another free kick given. This time Edmondson just catching Chris Hussey ever so slightly, and Hussey goes down, and I even think Hussey there was maybe wanting one of his legs stretched out there with the cramp starting to set in. Again, not a great deal in that. There's maybe the leg sort of caught the side of the knee, but nothing too ferocious there. But Edmondson walks away. Hussey's back on his feet now, but there is probably going to be a bit of cramp coming in, isn't there?
There is. We saw Paul Huntington, 35 for Carlisle at the end of the regulation time. Chris Hussey's not far behind him at 34. So
it's playing the prime.
Yeah, maybe those legs are just feeling it a little bit more than the players out there who are, say, a decade or so younger.
I mean, I'm a couple of years younger. I did a 5K recently. I'm still recovering from it 4 months ago. Anyway, so what can Dave Challenger barking out some orders on the sidelines? Like you said, he's sat on something. It's not quite a Bielsa bucket, but something else he's just perched on in his technical area. Fair enough, you don't want to be standing up for 120 minutes, do you? As there's a throw for Carlisle, over halfway it goes, down that far left-hand side. The header's won, and it's back and forth now. It falls towards the blue shirts, but now it's the red shirts of Carlisle that get in the way. It's with Senior. Senior then finds the ball down the left. Now it's just punted further down that line, towards the edge of the Stockport box. It's headed away, and is that... No, it's not kept in, as it was a Noel trying to slide it down the line. It will be a throw to Carlisle, who, again, may try and go for a long one into the box, and looks as if that's what they're sort of shaping up for at the moment. Got Amari Patrick on the left corner. The referee is just telling him to hold. Is there something he's getting in his ear from VAR here?
Not quite sure what it would potentially be. I mean, the ball hasn't been in either penalty area to suggest that, unless there's an off-the-ball incident. He's certainly taken on some information from somewhere, the referee, and he's blowing his whistle now. We're just going to have a look again at the replay. Senior, was he caught there? Was Hippolyte? Oh, there's an off the ball. Actually, the Carlisle player went down off the ball. But anyway, the referee has played on Sevilla, has had a look and said that there's no case to answer.
Not quite sure what that was. Maybe just a finger potentially towards the eyes. The keeper Hinchcliffe comes and punches a long ball that came into his penalty area from deep, and now Stockport are trying to counter themselves as they drive over halfway. Great defending, great tracking back from Edmondson then to go with Rydell, and Edmondson now comes forward, the number 9, finds Senior just to his right hand side. Senior, great footwork by him, tries to continue further forward, but this time it's Rydell who tracks back, and it's actually Hippolyte who tracks back there. Really good work by the forward to stop Senior from getting across into the box. And it's Stockport now have possession on this near left-hand side. Over halfway they come. Not seeing really any goal-mouth action so far in this first bit of extra time, but a chance now. Maybe it's not a down. Right footed shot comes in. Oh, what a block that is. And it's gone behind for a corner kick. It was Crosdell who saw his name up in lights then. It's a lovely sort of cushioned header down by Will Collar straight into the path of Crosdell in the area. First down, right-footed on the half volley, and it's a superb block from Corey Whelan.
Yeah, it's the first bit of quality we've seen from either side in extra time. Lovely switch from Rydell onto the head of Collar, who does exactly the right thing, cushions it down for Crosdell, who really connects with that half volley superbly. If Corey Whelan's not blocking that, I think Thomas Holy's in a lot of trouble in the Carlisle goal. It's a really good block, really good hit, and yeah, just good play all round.
Yeah, really, really good play there. And it's a potentially crucial moment in this first period of extra time to keep the scores at 1-1. Corner comes in, floated towards the far post then. That's a good, strong punch by Thomas Holy, just with the left fist as it's, he's got a good 20 yards outside his box. It's played back into the area though. Oh, and Moxon's had to chest it back into his own area, put himself under a little bit of pressure, but hooks it away with the right foot. So Carlisle player's gone down in the box here, I think, with a potential cramp as the ball's gone out for a throw for Stockport on this side. It's Paul Huntington who's down. You mentioned 35 years of age, maybe feeling this a little bit. from a Carlisle perspective, you just hope that it's not an injury where he has to go off.
Yeah, I don't think they can afford to lose that experience, that aerial ability at the back. Jack Robinson, defender on the bench, but more of a full back, and certainly not having the experience of Paul Huntington at 35 years of age. Robinson, just 21, only made a handful of appearances since joining on loan from Middlesbrough in January. But it just gives the players a chance to have a bit of a breather for both sides as well, just to try and calm those nerves. The camera's panning to the supporters in the ground. Both sets of fans must be feeling the pain as well. A lot of early starts this morning for people travelling down from Carlisle and from Stockport. So, yeah, tension must be pretty unbearable out there.
Yeah, you'd get a bit of dough back, wouldn't you, if you'd had for the first playoff finals this season all to go to penalties. We've had 2 of them have gone there. This is the 3rd. If it goes to penalties, just the 4th tomorrow. See if that one will go all the way to spot kicks as well. But there's still maybe chances, but I don't want to be the kiss of death anyway for either side, but there just doesn't seem to be any sort of suggestion that, bar that chance for Crossdale there, that we're going to see anything sort of clear-cut come the way of the two sides. As we're back underway now, Huntington has, I think, just been ushered back onto the pitch. He's still sort of jogging around a little bit gingerly as Carlisle managed to defend that long ball which came into the area. Patrick trying to hold on to it, and he's being held on to, so he'll get a free kick. We're nearly at the end of this first 15 minutes of added time. Surely the referee won't be adding time onto extra time, but we'll wait and see. So there was a couple of minutes added on yesterday at the end of the 120 minutes, but surely the players have done enough running so far as we've ticked into 15 minutes. 2 minutes has gone up.
It's becoming a theme, isn't it? I suppose Huntington has been down to receive a bit of treatment. Collar was down, wasn't he, as well, at the start of the extra time period, so that's maybe a couple of the reasons there. But yeah, I don't think either sets of players would be too bothered with the score level if we just don't add anything on at the end of the first period of extra time.
Yeah, but we have done, and 30 seconds of 2 has gone on, and again, it's just a bit sort of clear lines sort of stuff at the moment. Long ball cleared from Stockport, it's sort of sliced out eventually down this near right side from Carlisle's perspective in attacking. Senior's come over to take the throw. He's in no rush to take this throw. He's got quite an Anthony Gordon look about him as well. I'm just comparing him to Newcastle players. There's a Dummett on the Carlisle coaching team, and now Anthony Gordon looks like Joel Senior, or the other way around. There's a ball bouncing around on halfway now as Carlisle have it. It's just played out towards that channel a little bit further. It's deflected back into the path of Charters. Now down the line to Patrick. He's got a defender right up against his backside. Does well to hold it. Gives it back to Charters, who tries to knock it down the line. Oh, and then Charters loses it, and there's maybe a chance here, but tell you what, he recovers well. Then he gets the tiniest of pulls on his arm, so it will be a free kick. But it wasn't the most dynamic bit of play there.
No, there's a yellow card there as well. I think that's for kicking the ball away more than anything. Certainly the foul wasn't deliberate from Will Collar. He pleads his innocence and maybe pleads. He's not wasting time, is he, really? I know he probably shouldn't be having a go for goal there when the referee's blew his whistle, but it's not as if his team's winning and he's running down the clock. But I suppose
it's the VAR perspective, isn't it? If he knocked that in, and then they looked at it for VAR for whether it was a free kick or not, and then it wasn't, then then the goal will be given, and it's a tough one.
Yeah, it's one of those, isn't it? I mean, the referees as well. I know the VAR team, Neil Swarbrick, Premier League referees in the VAR setup today, but the actual referees out there aren't experienced regular officials in using the technology too. So it's a bit of a learning curve for them as they go. You mentioned it in the during the regulation 90, the referees actually had a pretty decent game, Tom Neild.
Yeah, he has indeed, and that's the end of the first period of extra time as the referee blows his whistle, and the players will just slowly trudge back towards the sidelines, get some more fluids on board, and they'll have a couple minutes before they're back underway. So we'll stick with you really until the second bit of extra time goes. And what are both managers then saying to the players here? Huntington's down again getting a bit of treatment, so that's a worry from Carlisle's perspective. Stockport players actually look quite healthy.
I think Stockport edged the extra time period very slightly. It was a similar feel to the first half of the regulation time, where Stockport had a bit more of the ball and without offering too much of a threat, just had that a bit more composure, whereas Carlisle haven't seen too much of the ball in the extra time period. And as you say, there's a couple of them receiving treatment for what looks like cramp. Huntington in particular, really desperate to try and keep him on, but you can't keep a player on who's limping on one leg, can you? So Paul Simpson may be forced into some kind of alteration. Your Paul Dummett lookalike. I think it's Paul Gerrard, the goalkeeping coach, former Everton goalkeeper. The goalkeeper that was injured, and Paolo Di Canio caught the ball and didn't put the ball in an empty net a good 20 years or so ago. So listeners of a certain age will perhaps remember that. But yeah, he's the Carlisle goalkeeping coach, who may have a big role to play in terms of speaking to Thomas Holy, the Carlisle goalkeeper, with penalties on the horizon. Ben Hinchcliffe, the Stockport goalkeeper, as well. That'll be on his mind unless there is an alteration. It was in the National League playoff final, wasn't it, where Notts County made a change right on the stroke of the end of extra time, and the goalkeeper went on to save 2 or 3 penalties in that shootout against Chesterfield. So, I mean, it happened. We saw Tim Krul do that in the World Cup 2014, I think that was, the Netherlands against Costa Rica. So it can happen at the very highest level, and it may well happen in this game if we get towards the end of this second period of extra time and it is still level. That remains a big if. It's Carlisle 1, Stockport 1 in the League 2 playoff final.
Do you think as well, Hinchcliffe saved a couple in the
penalty
shootout as well, didn't he? So in terms of that perspective, you think maybe slightly advantage for Stockport?
They have that experience, don't they, Stockport, of being involved in a penalty shootout recently. Of course, that gives scope for Carlisle to have analysed those penalties and perhaps do a bit of homework on where those Stockport players like to put them. We might have a water bottle incident. It was Jordan Pickford, wasn't it, against James Maddison? It was James Maddison recently, where he was.
But it looked like a fruit machine.
Yeah,
had all the little different colours and everything.
For who goes where when they're taking penalties. But again, if buts or maybes, the Stockport get the second period of extra time underway in this League 2 playoff final. We're still no closer to knowing which of Carlisle United or Stockport County will be playing their football in League 1 next season. It's 1-1 the scoreline. These two sides looking to join champions Leyton Orient, Stevenage and Northampton Town in securing promotion to the third tier. For Stockport, I think it's 2010 the last time they played at that level. Carlisle 2014. As Stockport on the attack, Noyle gets across into the box, does well. Whelan's there to turn it behind for a corner. So some early defending for Carlisle to do at the start of this second period of extra time, and a chance for Stockport, who, as we just mentioned at the break there, maybe just looking like they're ending going into this second period of extra time, the stronger of the two. Horsfall making his way forward from the backs. Of course, plenty of goals from set pieces. Fraser Horsfall, particularly during his time at Northampton, hasn't been quite as prolific since joining Stockport, but still a threat from set pieces as it's aimed in by Hussey. Good ball in as well. Holy underneath his own crossbar, really effectively punching almost towards the halfway line there. Nodded a bit further upfield by Ryan Edmondson. But Stockport will look to come back down their left-hand channel. The ball ricochets to Hippolyte, who can't quite keep it in play. Throwing to Carlisle on the far side. And yeah, it just feels like it's going to be a very nervy 15 minutes or so all around for both teams.
Yeah, no, I'd fully agree. And I think if you're thinking if there might be another goal, based on since the 91st minute, I probably think it's more Stockport you think a goal could actually come for now, because they're actually trying to get the ball down the flanks and get ball into the box, where Carlisle, I don't know if they're just suddenly the nerves are settling in and they're just thinking we'll stick with this 1-1.
One ball over the top might release Stretton. Suspicion of offside. Play goes on for now. Stretton strikes towards goal. What a save from Thomas Holy to tip it over the crossbar. Jack Stretton there did ever so well to hold the ball up, turn swivel onto his right foot, and that effort from the edge of the area was heading towards the top left-hand corner. He wasn't offside, Stretton, against his former club. That would have been a story.
Oh, that was a brilliant hit, but credit to Thomas Holy, because he goes with him. He kind of knows what he's going to try and do, but he follows it all the way. Still a really, really good save then, a good strong hand to tip it over, but it's a chance from the set piece.
Yeah, it's a really good piece of goalkeeping from Holy. You may have seen Jack Stretton do that a couple of times in training earlier in the campaign. Really good hit as well from Stretton. That further underlines that it's Stockport looking the stronger of these two teams at the finish. Still have a couple of substitutes up their sleeve as well. Dave Challoner and his coaching team. As there's a group of players gathered on the toes of Thomas Holy for this latest Chris Hussey delivery into the box. It's headed up into the air and behind for another corner off the forehead of John Mellish, although actually a free kick's been given in Carlisle's favour. Fraser Horsfall has been penalised for a bit of pushing, which just allows a bit of a breather for the Carlisle defence, because it's just a sense that a head of steam was building up there for Stockport.
Yeah, it was. Just need to sort of manage the situation a little bit better here, Carlisle. I think they need to get the ball down, they need to pass it around, or at least if they're not going to want to do that, if they don't feel comfortable and confident enough, get it down the channels and sort of rugby style, kick for touch further down in your opponent's area and then just try and pen them in.
Yeah, they haven't really been able to get their front three involved at all during the extra time period, Carlisle. They might now, because Senior has managed to win the ball back, and he lifts an early ball forward, looking to Patrick. Noyle will hold him up and half clear. It's picked up by Charters in the left-hand side of the field. Links up with Patrick a little bit inadvertently, and then can't find a route past the tireless Croasdale. Probably is just about the man of the match in the game. It's not been a match filled with 8 and 9 out of 10 performances, but there's been some solid 7s out there, and Croasdale would be right up there, you would suggest. Likewise, Joel Senior just trods on the ball, as I say that, but he does keep possession as he carries it over halfway for Carlisle. Links up with Gibson. Jordan Gibson looking for an option, just strokes it across to Charters on the left. Body's in the box for Charters to aim at, and he will lift a left-footed cross into the area. Horsfall stretches, half clears. It'll drop to Edmondson, who strikes towards goal. The block comes in from Rydell, comes out to Senior, who rather slices his attempted cross into the box, and that'll go behind for a goal kick. But a first real offering going forward from Carlisle.
Yeah, just as you said as well, Senior's had a good game, and he does two terrible things. I mean, what a chance that was for him there to get a good delivery into the box, to bring it down, but didn't really do either of them, and then just throwing his foot at it, and like you said, just sliced it. But it's probably the best sort of opportunity Carlisle have had. It's the closest I think they've come towards getting something on target at Hinchcliffe in this extra period time.
Yeah, he's not had many saves to make full stop, Ben Hinchcliffe, in this game. Thomas Holy has been a little bit more extended, particularly with that save we've just seen into the top corner from Jack Stretton. That's a good challenge there from Hippolyte on Edmondson. Stops the Carlisle forward in his tracks, but only at the expense of a throw-in. Got just under 10 minutes of the extra time period left to play. As the seconds tick down, the closer we get to a potential penalty shootout. We saw Luton beat Coventry on penalties in the Championship Playoff Final yesterday. Are we going to go to the distance in League 2 also? Don't forget the League 1 Playoff Finals available on this service tomorrow at 3 o'clock. Barnsley against Sheffield Wednesday. South Yorkshire descending on Wembley, as Joel Senior with his throw-in for Carlisle. Flicked on by Edmondson. It comes back to Senior, who plays a good ball in field to Gibson. Gibson gives it out to Edmondson on the right-hand side. Carlisle could do with him in the middle, but he digs out an attempted cross and it deflects off the toes of Rydell and behind for a Carlisle corner. And maybe, all of a sudden, there's a slight pendulum swing in the momentum. Carlisle enjoying a decent 90-second spell. Looks like they're attacking the end where their supporters are in this second half of extra time also. Chance for bodies to get forward into the box. Remember, we mentioned in the first half of regulation time, feels a long time ago now, that no team in League 2 has scored more goals from corners this season than Carlisle United. Owen Moxon standing over this corner. Drilled right-footed delivery, flicked on. Oh, what a save! What a save from Ben Hinchcliffe. And the shot comes back in on the follow-up. I think it was Dennis who had the initial effort. Drill ball in from Moxon. We've just seen Holy make a miraculous save at one end. Well, stand up Ben Hinchcliffe. That's possibly an even better one.
Oh, what a save. What a save. In all accounts, that's in. I mean, Dennis whip ball towards that near post, low, flat with delivery. He flicks it on. It's going in the top right corner. And like I said, for all accounts, it looks like it's in. But Hinchcliffe, out of nowhere, just flicks up a left hand. Oh, it's absolutely superb goalkeeping.
How he's got a strong enough hand to that. I mean, first of all, getting to it, but then having the strong enough, the strength, the muscle in the wrist to keep that one out. It is a brilliant piece of goalkeeping.
You've seen his forearms, though. They're huge.
Well, yeah, they are. I mean, that's clearly doing some work in the gym, though. Yeah, he's a big guy, isn't he? And used all that muscle strength there to keep out what was a brilliant flicked header from Christian Dennis that looked destined. He must have thought that was heading into the back of the net, but one brilliant save apiece in this second period of extra time as on ball from Holy cleared away by Horsfall. It'll ricochet out to the Carlisle right. Joel Senior has it, being trapped by Miles Hippolyte, who does enough to pinch the ball back. Senior is looking quite tired out there now. The Carlisle right back. There'll be a throw in though to the Cumbrians as the camera pans back to Ben Hinchcliffe once again. When all is said and done in this playoff final, just how important will that save prove to be? As Stockport are preparing to make another substitution, and it is going to be a Czech player who's going to come on, Jaros. A second Czech player entering the fray because Thomas Holy, the Carlisle goalkeeper's from there as well. But Anthony Sarcevic is going to come off. He would have been someone I would have had nailed on as a potential penalty taker, but perhaps just, well, in fact it's not. It's Connor Lemerhay Evans who's coming on. Yeah, it's the number 7 who's entering the fray. So Connor Evans on, and he scored. I mentioned Hippolyte scored against Carlisle. He also scored against Carlisle in the 2-2 draw at Brunton Park just a month or so ago. So that's Stockport making the first change from either manager in extra time as Carlisle look to come forward. Moxon out to Charters, who's going to take on Collar. He's got the better of Will Collar as well. Delivers a cross and tested the handling of Ben Hinchcliffe, but compared to the save he made a few minutes ago, that's a lot more routine for the Stockport goalkeeper.
Yeah, much more routine. I mean, it's been a couple of really good saves from Hinchcliffe actually when you think about it across this game. You know, in the first half there was Garner's header, which, you know, full stretch to the right, but that one there from Dennis is just superb. And like you said, how he's got the strength there just to put the left arm, the left hand up, but then have the strength to claw it away as well and allow his teammates to complete the clearance. It's really, really impressive.
It certainly is. As Jordan Gibson now looking to burst forward, one of the more fresher players on the field. He's done really well there, actually, Gibson, supported by Edmondson. Now Moxon. That's a poor touch then from Gibson on the right-hand side. But we've got into the final 5 minutes of the extra time period. Carlisle 1, Stockport 1. We're bringing you independent off-tube studio commentary of this League 2 playoff final. Stockport starting this second period of extra time very much on the front foot, but there's been a response from Carlisle over the last 5 minutes or so.
There has, and in fair credit, because it looked if anyone was going to score, it would be Stockport. But you mentioned there, set pieces Carlisle have been great from them this season, and it's nearly where they managed to wrestle out a winner from somewhere to just pull out of the bag. And yeah, it's just Hinchcliffe has stopped it. But now, with 4 minutes plus a little bit of stoppage time to go, if there's any, you do wonder if there's going to be a winner or not.
If we get a goal now, it probably is going to be the winning goal as Moxon robs a tired-looking Crowsdale who wanted too much time on the ball. Now Patrick down the left-hand side. Does he have the legs to take on Neil Byrne? He's cutting field onto his right foot, twists the other way. Byrne, to his credit, does really well to bite back in and win the ball, and then sends a searching pass down the line towards Collar. Collar's got a bit of space. He's got 2 men to aim at in the middle. He dinks it into the box, but too close to Thomas Holy, who can comfortably gather.
Yeah, I mean, that was poor there from Stockport, but has maybe just signs that a few of their players are looking a bit leggy. The only thing with Patrick, he's obviously not been on as much as the others, came on as a second-half sub, because Byrne is on against him. He was the defending opposing him, but Byrne is fresh legs to say as well, because he came on in the second half. So you think, could you put Patrick on the other side and having a run at Rydell, who's been on the nearly full 120 minutes, and then see if Patrick can get past him?
Well, on that side of the pitch as well, you've got Chris Hussey, the 34-year-old defender, who's had a bit of cramp in this extra time period, as well as Jack Stratton adamant he should have had a foul there, being held by Corey Whelan, but the referee not interested, trying to let the game flow. Senior has it for Carlisle, gives it to Moxon. Gibson can pirouette and find Ryan Edmondson, who is the man hugging the right-hand side for Carlisle, and looking to run at Chris Hussey, getting towards the byline. Hussey sticks to his guns, but he's forced to divert it behind for another corner kick then to Carlisle United, who are perhaps just ending this extra time period on the front foot. 3 minutes in extra time is still just ease the pressure on Stockport County. Paul Simpson still looking pretty relaxed on the touchline for Carlisle. Dave Challoner, the Stockport manager, still sitting on his stool on the sidelines, a la Marcelo Bielsa. Both managers pretty relaxed and certainly very experienced as Edmondson wins a foul for his team on the halfway line. Hussey just getting a little bit touch tight. Carlisle wanting to get on with it. Senior certainly was sprinting forward there, looking for a quick pass, but Owen Moxon happy to just sit on it, and I think it's going to be a more direct lift into the penalty area by the Carlisle United number 4, the man who has had the most assists in League 2 during the regular season. He stands this latest free kick up into the box, looking for Whelan. He's beaten in the air by Horse for a little drop, though, to Patrick. Inside the penalty area, he's forced away, though, by a good challenge by Noyle. Has to go backwards towards 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰. Down the line he goes. Corey Whelan is almost certainly offside. Play goes on for now. 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰's cross into the box is cleared out of play for a throw, and the offside flag hasn't been raised, so Carlisle can keep the pressure on. Ben Hinchcliffe in particular was not happy with the assistant referee there, but before 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 can take this throw-in, Corey Whelan is the latest player to go down with about a cramp, and as he's being stretched out by Jordan Gibson, I think it's Miles Hippolyte who's also getting stretched out by Ryan Crowsdale. Hippolyte was only on as a second-half substitute for Stockport, but such is the heat and the intensity and the emotion of the occasion, both physically and mentally, you can understand why all players are really feeling the effects of this game. We're well into the 120th minute of this contest. 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰, are we going to have a dramatic winner in this League 2 playoff final? 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰 aimed towards Patrick, headed clear by Crowsdale. It'll drop down now to Gibson, who can't quite link up. In fact, he hits it against 𝓳𝓸𝓲𝓷𝓲𝓷𝓰, who has to try and bite back, but Stockport can look to break forward down their left-hand side. Rydell, early ball forward. It's a good-looking ball as well. Flicked on by Hippolyte. Huntington should deal with it and does effectively enough with the help of Corey Whelan, who flicks it further forward. Patrick jumping in the air with Noyle. It's Noyle who comes away with possession. Oh, Patrick bites back at him and does enough to put Kyle Noyle off, and that'll go out of play for a goal kick. We're into 1 minute of stoppage time. At the end of extra time, then, we're seconds away from a second successive penalty shootout in this playoff weekend. It happened in the Championship on Saturday. Luton eventually getting the better of Coventry. It looks like it's going to happen in this one as well. Carlisle 1, Stockport 1. Couple of really big saves in this extra time period at both ends of the pitch from Thomas Holy and Ben Hinchcliffe is the reason there's been no change to the scoreline in this extra time period. Holy sending a long ball forward there, and the referee does bring this playoff final to a close. 120 minutes of action, and it's finished. Carlisle 1, Stockport 1. We are heading to penalties to decide which of these two teams will be playing in League 1 next season and which will be remaining in the 4th tier. Stockport have recent experience of winning on penalties. They knocked out Salford in the semi-finals just last week in the playoff semi-finals on penalties. Carlisle, it's been a long time since they've been involved in a shootout of this magnitude. They did once come through a National League, what was then the Football Conference playoff semi-final against Aldershot. I think it was 11-10 on penalties they won that day before beating Stevenage in the final. Now they're trying, like Stockport, to join Stevenage in League 1. But penalties will be upcoming very, very shortly, and it is a bit of a toss of a coin, isn't it?
It is. It's not, like they always say, it's not a nice way to decide a game, but until they figure out a different way to decide a game, this is the only way to do it. This is the best way. You know what? It's not nice for the players involved, but it makes for terrific watching, just with the nerves and the tension and the excitement.
It does, and that's why I think penalties have been the way to decide, playoff finals, World Cup finals, the likes for the last 50, 60 years. It provides very good entertainment for non-neutrals and for neutrals, sorry, I should say, and for non-neutrals that end up winning the game. I suppose it's enjoyable as well. But there has to be a winner, there has to be a loser, and we're going to find out over the next few minutes. And of course, it's always important the coin tosses, to decide which end of the field the penalties are taken. Are they going to be taken at the Carlisle end or the Stockport end? And of course, who takes first and second as well? I always think surely you want, if you win the coin toss, you want to take first, surely, to put the pressure on your opponents.
Yeah, I'd say exactly the same. I think you want to go up there, put your first kick away, and then your opponents are always playing catch up. Well, that's what you want anyway. You want them to be playing catch up. Yeah, if you give them the initiative to go and hit that first penalty kick, they think, oh, now we're behind. So I think it's just that mental sort of that mental game of saying, yeah, we're ahead on the scoreboard now. We've put the penalty away. Of course, if you miss it, then it gives the others a chance. But yeah, I'm always in favour of going up first.
Yeah, just trying to look at potential penalty takers. You'd imagine Christian Dennis would step up for Carlisle, Owen Moxon as well, maybe Jordan Gibson and Ryan Edmondson, Stockport, Hippolyte Stretton. You'd think Ryan Crowsdale probably lead by example as captain. There's penalty takers out there, but in this situation at Wembley, I don't think any of these players would have been under this kind of pressure. It's about who can stand up, who can be a hero, which one of the goalkeepers can potentially make us say. Ben Hinchcliffe did so. He was a hero in the playoff semi-final for Stockport against Salford. Thomas Holy, 6'7". We mentioned his height. It's a big frame to get past in the goal, and could that be an advantage for Carlisle?
Yeah, I mean, both keepers. We've seen Hinchcliffe. We've seen him save penalties and make some big saves, and he's a stocky player, Hinchcliffe. So he looks formidable when you go up there as a player. But obviously, Holy with his height and sort of he's more of a lanky player, isn't he? But he's got that stretch. I mean, looking at who took the penalties for Stockport in the last game, Paddy Madden scored, but he's off. Will Collar scored, he's on. Crowsdale took one but missed, and Savage took one and scored, but he's off as well. So 2 of the 4 players who took penalties in the last game, they are not on the pitch anymore. They've been subbed, and Crowsdale, who took one, missed it as well.
Yeah, so interesting to see if he does want to step up. He is the captain out there today. Does he want to step up and take another penalty, atone for that miss? Stuart Pearson, you're a 96 after he missed Italia 90. But yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see. The coin tosses have just been taking place. We're just awaiting to see what end of the field the penalties will be taken and who has the honour of going up first. As we say, it can make for a psychological advantage going first. But of course, it's all just guesswork. We have no idea, do we, who's going to end up winning this game. It doesn't matter who takes first, second. It's all about scoring as many penalties as you can, and whoever has the most.
There was a few spot kicks yesterday I watched for the Coventry game, and a few players went, he doesn't look like he looks nervous going up. And the first the 11 penalties that were scored in yesterday's shootout were superb. They were just either in the side net, in the corner. They were absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, I don't know how players can hold their nerves in this situation. The penalties are going to be taken at the Stockport end, and it looks like Stockport are going to be taking first as well. So the psychological advantage, if there is any, has been handed to Stockport, and James will talk you through the Stockport penalty takers. I'll take you through the Carlisle ones, and we'll see who ends up being promoted to League 2.
Yeah,
League 1, sorry.
League 1. This is it. Who gets out of League 2? And it's the recent substitute, Lemon Evans, who was taken the first one here. What big responsibility. You've not been on the pitch much, for barely any minutes, but can you find the back of the net with one of the most important kicks of his career so far? Thomas Holy then just coming off his line a little bit to make himself look bigger. Gonna have to get back on your line though. She eventually will. All the Stockport players that aren't obviously involved, they're off the side of the pitch, but all in a line. But Evans will take this one. He's going to be right-footed as he steps up to it and puts it into the bottom right corner. Can he score? Of course he can. It's a brilliant penalty into the corner. Keeper goes the wrong way. 1-0 Stockport.
Yeah, really calm, composed penalty there from Lemony Evans. Hit it with a lot of power, but accurately into the corner, and he sends Thomas Holy the wrong way and gives Stockport the 1-goal advantage. Christian Dennis, Carlisle's leading goal scorer, who's seen very little game time during this playoff run. He is going to step up, the man who was denied by a superb Ben Hinchcliffe save during the second period of extra time. Can he find a way beyond Hinchcliffe with Carlisle's first penalty of this shootout? It's Dennis against Hinchcliffe. Left-footed, Christian Dennis steps up, sends the goalkeeper the wrong way. A cool, composed penalty from Dennis. Not quite the same power as we saw from Lemonade Evans, but the same result.
Same result. There was just ever so slightly sort of little stop, wasn't there, just before he gets up to hit there, and I think that's just the keeper makes the little movement to go to his left, and Dennis just sends the ball the other way, and a very solid penalty. 1-1 then, 100% from both sides after these first kicks for each of them. Just seeing who this is that's coming up for Stockport County. Can't quite see the back of the shirt there.
Might be Jack Stretton, I think.
For, like you said, you had that sort of storyline. Former Carlisle player was on loan at Carlisle in the first half of the season, went back to his parent club.
It's Rydell.
And it's Rydell, excuse me, the left back, and he goes up there left-footed and saved by the goalkeeper down to his right-hand side. It wasn't convincing from Rydell. He had a little stutter, tries to go bottom left, and there is Thomas Holy, stretches out to his right, and he puts Stockport, well, behind in this penalty shootout at the moment.
Yeah, well, that's what happens when you have a 6'7" goalkeeper. If you guess the right way, you've got a chance. It's not a convincing penalty from Rydell. He side foots it, and it's a good height for Holy, and it's not far enough in the corner. You feel for Ryan Rydell. He's almost in tears there as John Mellish, who had a very eventful game during the 120 minutes, up against Ben Hinchcliffe, left-footed. Mellish for Carlisle, drills the ball with power, again sending Hinchcliffe the wrong way, and Carlisle have a slight advantage then in this shootout. They lead Stockport 2-1.
That's a great penalty. That hits the inside of the side netting on the left-hand side. That's quite a lot of what the penalties yesterday were. Brilliant kick, but you know he ran up there with conviction of I'm hitting this, just hitting this hard. Where Rydell was one where he started out as if he was going to hit it right-footed, then just sort of sidestepped onto his left foot, and you think no, just be on the foot that you want to start with. But what can Stockport do? They are trailing 1-2 in this penalty shootout, and it's Hippolyte who is going to take their third one. Really needs to find the back of the net here and put Stockport back on level terms, but obviously a penalty heavier. Hippolyte steps up left-footed, and he will roll and bobbles it into the bottom left corner, but it's found the back of the net with the keeper going the wrong way. It's Stockport 2, Carlisle 2, but Carlisle's third penalty to come.
Yeah, Hippolyte, similar to Christian Dennis, just waiting for the goalkeeper to make a move. Holy went to his left and he just rolls it in. Hippolyte, a bit of a scuff finish, but give him the benefit of the doubt. I think he knew what he was doing, just waiting for Thomas Holy to make his move. But that puts Stockport back on level terms. But Carlisle can go back in front if they convert this penalty in hand, which will be taken by Ryan Edmondson, promoted to League One last season with Port Vale during a loan spell. Can he send Carlisle on their way potentially by scoring this one? He steps up, right-footed stutter, and sends the goalkeeper the wrong way. That was a confident penalty from Ryan Edmondson. I thought he took too long, was a bit too obvious in what he was going to try, but Ben Hinchcliffe went to his right and he rolled it in the opposite direction.
That's a couple of stutters. Dennis did a little stutter and Edmondson's done it as well, and I wonder if they've watched the penalty shootout and they've thought, you know what, Hinchcliffe, he makes an early movement, so just stop just as he thinks he's going to hit it. Maybe they've analysed it well enough. Well, Stockport, they found themselves 2-3 down as we go on to the fourth penalty kicks. This is Jack Stretton, who now has to try and find the back of the net for Stockport. Can he get them back on level terms? Stretton steps up right-footed. Oh, what a penalty that is. Top left corner. Keeper goes the right way. Can't get anywhere near it. It's 3-3 with Carlisle's fourth penalty to come.
Brilliant from Stretton. Against a goalkeeper he's probably taken a few penalties against, knocking around in training just a few months ago. But that confidence there to drill that in the top corner. Holy, full stretch, diving for the ball. Can't get anywhere near it. And Stockport are back on level terms again. Carlisle's penalty in hand this time will be taken by Owen Moxon. Born in Carlisle, released by the club when he was 16. Came back at the start of this season in the EFL League 2 Team of the Year. Steps up right-footed. Moxon finds the top corner as well. Hinchcliffe once more going the wrong way. It's 4-3 to Carlisle on penalties. A miss from Stockport with their next kick. And it's all over. And even if they score, Carlisle will have a penalty to win it.
Wow. Where's the pressure? Who's taking the fifth kick for Stockport? I'll have to wait and see. Moxon's getting a pat on the back from his skipper Huntington, who's just come all the way over to say well done. Dave Challoner, the Stockport manager, just watches on, has a little raise the eyebrows, and it's Collar. It's Collar who has scored plenty goals in the season, who has to score to keep Stockport in this League 2 playoff final. Collar steps up, right-footed, and he puts it in the bottom right corner. Nerves of absolute steel from the striker. It's 4-4 Stockport Carlisle. Carlisle's 5th penalty kick is coming up.
Really cool penalty from Will Collar. Real credit to him for holding his nerve there. Again, waiting perhaps for Holy to make his move and then rolling it in the opposite direction, low and hard. A bit more conviction than the Hippolyte Swan had earlier on. But Taylor Charters is going to step up. The Carlisle youth product is going to step up left-footed. Can he send his team to League One? Charters against Hinchcliffe. He scores, and Carlisle United are promoted to League One. It is a perfect 5 penalties from 5 for Paul Simpson's side. And after 120 minutes and penalties, it is Carlisle who are promoted to League One. Stockport will remain in League 2 next season. Disappointment for them, but the Cumbrians celebrate. It's finished. Carlisle 1, Stockport 1. Carlisle progress 5-4 on penalties.
Our next football commentary match is getting ever nearer, so why not take the opportunity of having a bet on the match? Whether you're interested in betting on the match result, the first player to score, the last scorer, correct score, double result, total goals market, handicap betting, or any other of our exciting market, it's fun to be involved. Don't forget, when the match kicks off, you can sit back and enjoy superb independent studio commentary while also enjoying our in-play betting opportunities. Good luck! Our next football commentary match is getting ever nearer, so why not take the opportunity of having a bet on the match? Whether you're interested in betting on the match result, the first player to score, the last scorer, correct score, double result, total goals market, handicap betting, or any other of our exciting market, it's fun to be involved. Don't forget, when the match kicks off, you can sit back and enjoy superb independent studio commentary while also enjoying our in-play betting opportunities. Good luck! Our next football commentary match is getting ever nearer, so why not take the opportunity of having a bet on the match? Whether you're interested in betting on the match result, the first player to score, the last scorer, correct score, double result, total goals market, handicap betting, or any other of our exciting market, it's fun to be involved. Don't forget, when the match kicks off, you can sit back and enjoy superb independent studio commentary while also enjoying our in-play betting opportunities. Good luck! Our next football commentary match is getting ever nearer, so why not take the opportunity of having a bet on the match? Whether you're interested in betting on the match result, the first player to score, the last scorer, correct score, double result, total goals market, handicap betting, or any other of our exciting market, it's fun to be involved. Don't forget, when the match kicks off, you can sit back and enjoy superb independent studio commentary while also enjoying our in-play betting opportunities. Good luck! Our next football commentary match is getting ever nearer, so why not take the opportunity of having a bet on the match? Whether you're interested in betting on the match result, the first player to score, the last scorer, correct score, double result, total goals market, handicap betting, or any other of our exciting market, it's fun to be involved. Don't forget, when the match kicks off, you can sit back and enjoy superb independent studio commentary while also enjoying our in-play betting opportunities. Good luck! Our next football commentary match is getting ever nearer, so why not take the opportunity of having a bet on the match? Whether you're interested in betting on the match result, the first player to score, the last scorer, correct score, double result, total goals market, handicap betting, or any other of our exciting market, it's fun to be involved. Don't forget, when the match kicks off, you can sit back and enjoy superb independent studio commentary while also enjoying our in-play betting opportunities. Good luck